Mystic Fist. Chapter 1584. However, along the way, he had also found many spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs in the world, and they all had different habits. Some liked sunlight, some liked water, some liked darkness, and some even grew in the wilderness of mountains of corpses. Therefore, there were countless precious spiritual herbs in the Feng Mountain range. Moreover, they were very old, thousands of years old. These were all 1,000-year-old herbs, and they were very precious. Lin Xian took some, then sat down cross-legged and quickly made pills. He could now make middle-grade black pills, so he would not let go of any opportunity. In the end, he was only in charge of making pills while the dark red dragon and Snow White Monkey were in charge of collecting. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to collect more than 10,000-year-old herbs. Soon, a cauldron of pills was made. There were a total of 12 pills. Each of them was the size of a longan, and they emitted a strange fragrance. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and Snow White Monkey shared the pills equally, and they quickly consumed the pills to increase their strength. However, every time Lin Xian raised his cultivation, the amount of energy he needed was too great. Therefore, this small amount of elixir could not provide any significant improvement. However, his strength increased little by little. When night fell, the entire Feng Mountain was shrouded in a layer of ghostly aura. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the rest did not set off. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the ground. They started a bonfire, but the dim light could only illuminate the surrounding area for a meter. However, that was enough. The dark red dragon set up a defensive array around them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, prepared to cultivate. Bang! However, at that moment, a low sound was heard, as if something was hitting the array. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a murderous aura that spread in all directions. The dark red dragon also set up an array, and suddenly light shone and illuminated the surroundings. Then their eyes widened, and they felt their scalps go numb. 2 meters in front of them, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was a dried corpse, and there was only skin and bones left. It was lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. "Damn, what is that?" When did he appear? The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. There was nothing they could do about it. This mummy was too strange. Previously, they had scouted all directions, but there was nothing within a radius of 1 mile. But now, 2 meters in front of them, there was a dried corpse. How did it appear? Did the other party run over on his own? Or was it put here by someone? No matter which one it was, it made their scalps go numb. "Kid, why don't we go back? This place is too creepy." The dark red divine dragon was somewhat hesitant. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Even the dark red divine dragon had said so. Was this place really that dangerous? However, before he could say anything, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. There were also angry roars. "Someone is fighting." Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul force. He found that the source of the sound wasn't far, only a few dozen miles away from them. This distance was nothing to them. "Let's go take a look," Lin Xian said. Then he turned into a sword light and flew forward. The dark red divine dragon didn't dare to stay here alone, so he followed closely. At this distance, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly flew over. Then they found that there was indeed a battle. On one side, there was a man in black. His wide black robe wrapped around his body. His eyes were unusually cold with an unfathomable evil aura. Mystic Fist, that on the other side, although Lin Xian didn't know him, his clothes were very familiar. He was actually a disciple of the alchemy faction, and looking at his cultivation, he should be a core disciple of the alchemy faction. At this moment, they were fighting the black-robed man. However, they weren't fighting the black-robed man himself, but a few dried corpses. That's right, there were a few dried corpses around the black-robed man. They were walking very strangely. As they moved, there was a strange and evil power. Damn, what a heavy death aura. The dark-red divine dragon looked ahead and was shocked. Death aura? This uncomfortable feeling is the death aura? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he also found that the dried corpses beside the black-robed man were very similar to the one beside the bonfire. Thinking about it, they should be in the same group. Among them, one of the dried corpses was very terrifying. It was tall and purple all over. It seemed to be wearing armor, and there was a gray light in its eyes. Its body was like lightning, and its strength was immense. With a palm strike, it sent a core disciple flying. It seemed that the purple zombie was at least a 4-star king, and the dried corpses around it weren't weak either. Although they weren't as strong as the purple zombie, they had strong constitutions. The attacks of the core disciples didn't cause much of an impact on them. Damn it, who are you? The core disciple roared angrily. There were a total of 3 of them. Now that one of them was sent flying, there were 2 left. It was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were fighting 6 dried corpses. The situation was very dangerous. After the black-robed man heard that, he sneered. Dead people don't need to know so much. Don't worry after you die. I'll refine you into dried corpses and make you my slaves forever. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands and gently clapped. Immediately, a very low voice was heard. The dried corpses and purple zombie seemed to have received some kind of order and attacked even more crazily. The purple zombie, in particular, was incomparably fierce. When the palms and swords of the 2 core disciples slashed on it, a series of sparks burst out. However, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. As for the purple zombie, it waved its palms, carrying a terrifying death aura. It immediately blasted the 2 core disciples and forced them back. Puffed! The 2 core disciples spat out blood. Their faces were pale. At the same time, a wave of death aura crazily flowed into their bodies, destroying their spirit energy and bodies. Because of that, their situation became even worse. Hee. The disciples of the alchemy faction are good at refining pills, but when it comes to fighting, you're trash. Why didn't you stay in the mountains? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, you can go to hell obediently. The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. His palms clapped in a strange rhythm. Then the purple zombie's body flashed like lightning and charged again. Its withered palms were like the claws of death that quickly blasted forward. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The 2 core disciples were about to be killed. However, at that moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a ball of black flames immediately flew out. It was like a black sun that covered the sky and covered the earth. It quickly blasted onto the purple zombie's body. Bang! Puffed! Immediately, the purple zombie was forced back. Not only that, its body quickly burned. It was only a dried corpse, so it wouldn't feel any pain at all. However, when the black-robed man saw this, he was shocked. Chapter 1585. Who is it? How dare you hurt my zombie? Get out here! As he roared, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, endless death aura enveloped the purple zombie and quickly extinguished the black flames. Then he looked gloomily to the side. There, he found a young man standing with a red 4-horned snake. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you want to die? The black-robed man's voice was gloomy. At the same time, he was shocked. The other party was actually able to injure his purple zombie. One had to know that his purple zombie was extremely terrifying. Those core disciples from the alchemy sect could not injure it at all. Now, the young man who appeared out of nowhere could injure his zombie. It was indeed shocking. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard the other party's roar, he did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, you don't have the right to know who I am. How dare you meddle in my business? You will end up very miserably." The black-robed man snorted coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. "Then you don't have the right to know who I am either. However, since you dare to provoke my alchemy sect disciple, I can guarantee that you will also end up very miserably," Lin Xian said slowly. He returned the other party's words completely. "You're courting death." The black-robed man was furious, but the 3 injured alchemy sect disciples were delighted. The other party was actually a disciple of their alchemy sect. This was really good news. However, what puzzled them was that they did not know the young man in front of them. Could he be an inner sect disciple? As soon as this thought came out, they quickly rejected it. How could an inner sect disciple defeat this black-robed young man in front of them? He must be a core disciple. They heard that there was a new core disciple recently. It should be him. The few of them conversed and finally confirmed. On the other side, the black-robed man wanted to attack, but suddenly a strange voice came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed man's expression changed. "Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will kill all of you and refine all of you into mummies." Ooh. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Endless death aura spread out from his body and enveloped all the mummies. Then his body swayed, turned into a black light, and left this place. After seeing that person leave, the 3 core disciples completely heaved a sigh of relief. Then they sat on the ground. One by one, they began to consume pills to heal their injuries. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian gratefully. "Thank you for your help, brother." "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. "You said you're a disciple of the pill faction. Could it be that you're that new core disciple, Lin Xian?" asked a woman wearing a red skirt. "That's me." Lin Xian nodded. As expected, the 3 of them looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Brother Lin's strength is really strong. He actually injured that purple zombie with one move. "We were just lucky," Lin Xian said. "How did you meet that guy?" After that, the few of them chatted and quickly exchanged information. As it turned out, these people had only met him by chance. They had no idea who the black-robed youth was. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a disciple in a green robe at the side suddenly trembled. What happened? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were shocked. The other 2 disciples were also anxious. Could it be because of the corpse chi just now? Lin Xian frowned. However, the green-robed disciple was already somewhat delirious. He kept rolling on the ground and spasming. He roared with difficulty, "Pills, give me pills." Hearing that, the woman in red and the other disciples' expressions changed. As for Lin Xian, he quickly took out a few healing elixirs and handed them over. However, the green-robed disciple on the ground was quickly thrown away. His eyes were red, and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Give me pills." Looking at this scene, Lin Xian frowned. This situation was way too strange. What does he want? He turned to look at the woman in red. He's talking about the blue wave pill. The woman in red sighed. "Brother Lin, I think you should have gotten a blue wave pill. I wonder if you've taken it. If you haven't, you can lend it to him." "What? Blue wave pill?" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. How did this strange situation have anything to do with the blue wave pill? What's going on? What does this have to do with the blue wave pill? Lin Xian asked quickly. "I've already swallowed mine. I don't have it now." The woman in red sighed. Senior brother was going to take the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. Without the blue wave pill, I'm afraid the days ahead will be very difficult. You know, that's Junior sister? The woman in red wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the disciple beside her. Then the youth gave her a look. Suddenly, the woman in red was shocked. She realized that she had said too much. Then she shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Brother Lin, you'll understand these things yourself in the future. The other disciple walked up and looked at the green-robed disciple who was screaming and twitching on the ground. Then he struck him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. Brother Lin, we can't travel together anymore. I have to bring him back to the sect. The disciple cupped his fists and said. Then he left with the unconscious green-robed disciple and the woman in red. As for Lin Xian, his frown deepened. What's the meaning of this? The three people in front of him clearly know something, but they don't want to talk to him. Could it be that they're afraid of something? And what was the relationship between the twitching disciple and the blue wave pill? What they meant was that the green-robed disciple originally had the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. That was why he didn't take it. But why would this happen if he didn't take it? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Could it be that after taking it once, he would go crazy if he didn't take it again? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. If this was true, then it was a shocking matter. One had to know that all the core disciples in the entire alchemy sect had taken the blue wave pill. Even the elders had taken it. If the blue wave pill was no longer available one day, wouldn't it mean that the entire upper echelon of the alchemy sect, including the elite disciples, would go crazy? Thinking of this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his longevity art was extremely mysterious and directly rejected the blue wave pill. Otherwise, he would probably end up in a terrible state. Damn it, what's going on? Why would something like this happen in the alchemy sect? Lin Xian's expression was unusually gloomy. He realized that he seemed to have been involved in a huge conspiracy. Chapter 1586. Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he was involved in a huge conspiracy. Could it be that King Danyu discovered this back then and was hunted down? Perhaps that's the case. The dark red dragon said in a low voice. To be honest, he has never seen such a strange thing. Kid, you have to be careful. This blue wave pill seems to be addictive. The dark red dragon's expression was serious. Even a 4-star king couldn't avoid it. Who could have refined it? Damn, I didn't expect King Danyu to be hiding such a huge conspiracy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kid, it's not too late for us to leave now. The dark red dragon reminded him, after all, you didn't take the blue wave pill, and the sect didn't find out. They won't know if we leave now. But if we stay for too long, I'm afraid something will happen. Yeah, kid, this situation is too strange. He, too, also advised. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. There's no danger now. I want to see what the alchemy sect is up to. He realized that there was a huge conspiracy right in front of him. To be honest, he wanted to uncover it. But before that, he needed to be powerful. Let's go and explore the ancient tomb first. We'll talk about the alchemy sect after we return. Then Lin Xian and the dark red dragon moved again and flew forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the dark red dragon landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. They were very close to the center of Feng Mountain. At this moment, the air was filled with a thick, ghostly aura. It was eerie and very oppressive. Countless martial artists around them turned into rays of light and rushed forward. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon didn't hesitate and also flew forward. When Lin Xian got closer, he felt the ghostly aura surging toward him as if it was going to devour him. He snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul. A sharp sword light surged and cut open the surrounding deathly aura. However, at this moment, many martial artists flew past Lin Xian. When they sensed his cultivation, they immediately sneered. Humph! A mere two-star king dares to come here? You're courting death. Don't worry about him. Soon, he will be swallowed by the ghost chi and become a zombie. The few of them sneered and left while laughing. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those people. His figure flickered as he directly entered the center of Feng Mountain. The black mountain peaks were thousands of feet tall. They were like demonic swords that stood on the ground, emitting a torrential aura. That aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary kings didn't even dare to approach it. Not far ahead, a group of people stood. They were the ones who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, those people were also looking around. When they turned around and saw Lin Xian, they sneered again. You actually managed to come in? What a surprise. Humph. So what? Two-star kings coming here are just seeking death. It was a group of young men. There were a total of 9 of them. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a moon embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the same sect. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come here. However, if you continue walking, you'll also be courting death. Why don't you join us and become our slave? That way, you can keep your life. Moreover, if you serve us well, we can give you 1 or 2 treasures. Who knows? At this moment, a young man in front said coldly. Lin Xian said coldly, Join you? Become a slave? You're really shameless. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. I don't want to kill anyone now. However, if you continue to be so presumptuous, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you dare to threaten me? The young man sneered. The others sneered disdainfully. Kid, do you know the situation in front of you? Do you know who we are? What's your cultivation? How dare you threaten us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, the young man was very arrogant. He looked down at Lin Xian. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Half of his face was smashed, and he fainted. That was naturally Lin Xian's doing. He slapped the young man unconscious, then swept his gaze around like lightning. He said coldly, I don't want to do anything, but you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. As he spoke, his body moved like lightning and quickly rushed forward. You're courting death. Those people were furious. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and succeed. Catch that kid and kill him. They counterattacked. However, in the next moment, everyone regretted it. That was because Lin Xian was too powerful. He subdued all of them with a raise of his hand. One by one, they covered their faces and wailed on the ground. Lin Xian did not kill them, but he did not show mercy either. Those people were all seriously injured. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. You're just a 2-star king. How can you be so powerful? Who are you? Those people screamed in horror. They could not believe that a 2-star king could be so powerful. You talk too much. Lin Xian raised his leg and directly kicked those people away. However, their storage rings were left behind. Lin Xian used his soul power to search quickly and took out all the useful things. As for the storage rings, they were thrown away by Lin Xian. Firstly, he had a king domain that could store things. Secondly, the storage rings might have been sealed by the elders of the sect. He did not want to take them. From these people's storage rings, he found 50 substandard divine crystals that were not of good quality. Damn, that's all you have? You're really poor. The dark red divine dragon curled his lips with a look of disdain. Puff. Hearing this, those seriously injured young men vomited blood and fainted. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they took the items with them and left the place in a flash. Then he and the dark red divine dragon set off toward the depths of Feng Mountain. During this time, they encountered many people who laughed at them. However, they were all chased away by Lin Xian's swift and fierce means. Of course, those who laughed at him left behind a painful price. There were storage rings all over the ground. Lin Xian also obtained a few hundred high-quality subdivine crystals, which he absorbed one by one. His strength and cultivation were also gradually increasing. Now, his cultivation level was very stable. Moreover, his strength had also improved compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian once again discovered that there were sounds of fighting coming from the mountain in front of him. He and the dark red divine dragon flew over and found that many people were fighting over something. After careful investigation, they found out that those people were fighting for supreme grade subdivine crystals. Chapter 1587. Even though Lin Xian had obtained hundreds of good quality substandard god crystals, they couldn't compare to a single supreme grade substandard god crystal. Kid, good stuff. The dark red divine dragon was drooling. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Since he had encountered it, he would not miss it. Get out of here. This belongs to the Golden Light sect. A roar was heard. Then a few young men in golden robes appeared. Their bodies shone like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Their aura was extremely powerful when they stood together. What? The Golden Light sect? Seeing this, many people were horrified and quickly retreated. Humph! So what if you have the Golden Light sect? Our moon-worshipping cult wants this item. Get out of here if you don't want to die. On the other side, an arrogant voice was heard. Then, a few powerful martial artists appeared. Their powerful aura collapsed the void. Suddenly, more people retreated. Both the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult were major sects and were extremely terrifying. The surrounding local sects were no match for them. Therefore, they could only retreat temporarily. However, the power of the subdivine crystal was too tempting. After some discussion, they decided to form an alliance to fight against the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Forming an alliance? You're courting death. Kill. In an instant, the three forces fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a raging tide. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Screams were heard. Not long after, many martial artists collapsed. At this moment, the greed of human nature was on full display. Everyone seemed to be in a killing frenzy as they fought desperately for the subdivine crystal. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon hid in the dark and were ready to attack. However, at this moment, another terrifying voice was heard. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Ha ha! 3 subdivine crystals. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The voice was extremely ferocious. Then, countless black gas appeared in the void and formed a large hand that grabbed downward. You're courting death. Put it down. Get out of here. The martial artists of the Golden Light sect, the moon-worshipping cult, and the allied forces roared. They had fought so hard and had not obtained anything. How could they allow others to interfere? In the next moment, these martial artists made their moves one after another, unleashing powerful attacks that bombarded the sky. Bang, bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. High up in the sky, strong winds blew, thunder rumbled, and energy exploded. However, the berserk energy was unable to stop that figure. That mysterious person was like a ghost, carrying a shocking amount of energy. He quickly arrived in the sky. What? He was actually fine. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists were astonished. Even if they were 4-star King Realm martial artists, they would still suffer if they were hit by these attacks. However, nothing happened to the other party. This was simply too inconceivable. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, who were hidden in the shadows, looked up. In the sky, there was a strange figure. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cold and evil. He wasn't floating. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on a purple zombie. The purple zombie was extremely tall. Its entire body was purple, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it also had an extremely cold aura. "Who are you?" Seeing this strange scene, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The disciple of the School of Golden Light roared furiously, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to get lost and leave behind the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals. How dare you? You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant." Angry roars could be heard. At this moment, the disciple of the moon worshipping cult said, "You're also sneering. Although you're strong, you can't withstand our attacks. If you don't want to die, get lost now." "Humph, you're alone, and you want to get the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals? You really don't know how to spell the word death. What a bunch of idiots. Who said that I'm alone?" In the sky, the black-robed man sneered. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black scroll fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, a black light shone. 6 dried corpses flew out from the scroll. Each of them looked ferocious and evil. The martial artists below were shocked. The disciple of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, "The path of Corpse Ghost. You're from the South Ridge." They were indeed shocked. In the eastern wilderness, it was rare to hear of any sect that cultivated the path of Corpse Ghost. However, the South Ridge was different. There were many such sections. Therefore, the disciples of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, "Humph, it's just a ghost. You want to use it to defeat us? What a joke." The disciple of the moon worshipping cult snorted, "Watch me destroy your zombies." Immediately, 3 disciples of the moon worshipping cult stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, a fire appeared in the sky and swept toward the sky. "Humph! Zombies are most afraid of fire and lightning. We'll use fire to burn your dried corpses." The others heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these dried corpses were very afraid of the power of Yam. At this moment, the fire in the sky would definitely burn those corpses to ashes. However, the black-robed young man in the sky sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 6 dried corpses in the sky raised their hands. Balls of black light burst out from their palms. These balls of light grew bigger and bigger. They connected and surrounded the 6 dried corpses completely. Then they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, a black defense was formed. Suddenly, the fire in the sky blasted on the black defense and set off huge waves. However, it did not break. It was blocked outside. "What? He blocked it? How is that possible?" Everyone was shocked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because the black-robed young man commanded the 6 zombies to dive down quickly and penetrate the bodies of 2 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? How could the zombies not be afraid of fire? This was completely beyond common sense. In the sky, the black-robed young man did not stop. He moved his hands again, and the 6 zombies rushed toward the disciples of the Golden Light sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect narrowed their eyes and quickly dodged. At the same time, they roared and performed their powerful ultimate techniques to resist. However, this time, the 6 dried corpses did not rush over directly. Instead, they stretched out their 10 fingers. Suddenly, the 10 fingers shone with a dazzling light and left their bodies. Like 10 hidden weapons, they pierced the heads of the 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect fell, and blood flowed out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They kept retreating. In just a moment, 5 disciples of the major sects were killed. This technique was too terrifying. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people below, the black-robed young man laughed loudly. "How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't show you some tricks, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Now you can all get lost." Chapter 1588. Now, all of you can get lost. Those 3 supreme divine crystals are mine. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. The black-robed youth sneered. Damn it, I can't accept this." Countless martial artists roared in anger. Those were 3 supreme divine crystals, and each of them was extremely precious. Now they were asked to leave, and they could not accept it. However, the black-robed youth in the sky was too powerful. Moreover, his methods were vicious. He had killed 5 disciples of the large sects in an instant. If they continued to stay, their lives would be in danger. All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma, and their faces turned pale. "Humph, don't even think about it. How dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Light sect? Today, you will never leave. The moon-worshipping sect will not let you go." At this moment, the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping sect gave up on fighting and joined forces to kill the black-robed youth in the sky. "Humph, you are really stubborn. Let's play with you. How dare you? Wang Dong from the Golden Light sect is here to kill you." A handsome young man walked out from the Golden Light sect. He was in a golden robe and held a golden sword in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura. He was as dazzling as the sun. "Humph, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The black-robed youth sneered. Then he controlled the purple zombie and swooped down. The purple zombie emitted a dazzling light. It was like a bolt of purple lightning as it swooped down quickly. Along with it, there was a thick fog and an eerie ghostly aura. When the surrounding martial artists saw the black-robed youth, they retreated nervously. They had no choice. The black-robed youth was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to make them uneasy and their bodies tremble. What a fast speed! Lin Xian frowned as he observed the black-robed youth carefully. At the same time, he summoned Little White Monkey and was ready to snatch the 3 supreme divine crystals. On the other side, Wang Dong, a disciple of the Golden Light sect, also roared and slashed out with his golden sword. The sword radiance turned into 5 dazzling sword chi and slashed forward. Each and every one of them was like a golden river, and the surging energy caused the void to tremble. As for the black-robed young man, he controlled the purple zombie to quickly dodge, and in an instant, 3 more sword chis were dodged. As for the other 2, he urged the purple zombie to resist them. The purple zombie stretched out both of its palms. Like 2 purple thunderclouds, it pressed down viciously. Immediately, a purple light surrounded him, and a terrifying energy surged out. The momentum was extremely great. Pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 purple hands pressed down on the sword chi, instantly shattering the 2 sword chi. Just one move was enough to shatter the terrifying sword chi. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. As for Wang Dong from the Gate of Golden Light, his pupils abruptly shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With a roar, he brandished his sword again and quickly charged over. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the purple zombie and arrived in front of Wang Dong. The tall purple demonic figure was like an iron wall. It was extremely powerful. Its purple palms stretched out, and with a whistling sound, it quickly grabbed forward. Wang Dong was shocked and raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the entire sky shook violently. Then the black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 short wooden sticks appeared. He threw them forward. The wooden sticks were very short, only a foot long. They were very old and bumpy. If the black-robed man did not use them and threw them on the ground, no one would take a second look at them. However, the two wooden sticks in the black-robed man's hand emitted a strange force. A terrifying light flashed out, and like two ghost claws, it instantly tore through the sky. Pung! The gate of golden light disciple, Wang Dong, did not expect the black-robed man to have such a move. He was immediately hit and flew backward while vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. As for the gate of golden light martial artists, they roared angrily. Damn it, you're cheating. Two of you attacking one person. What kind of skill is that? If you're so good, fight one-on-one. Ooh. Hearing this, the black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Idiots! This zombie is my weapon. How can it be counted as two people? Of course, since you're weak, it's not impossible for the two of you to come at me together. I'll fulfill your wish and let you give up completely. All right, let's go. On the other side, the people of moon-worshipping cult roared. Then, two disciples stood out. Kill. They were two 4-star kings. At this moment, they unleashed their power. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they were extremely powerful. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying saber light was like a divine saber from the heavens. It was extremely sharp. The other disciple of moon-worshipping cult moved and appeared behind the black-robed man at lightning speed. Then he waved his palms. Countless afterimages of moonlight appeared. A surging and majestic force quickly shrouded the black-robed man, one from the front and the other from the back. The two experts attacked at the same time. It was extremely powerful. However, the black-robed man only sneered. He suddenly turned around and waved his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sticks in his hand emitted a black light. The two attacks broke through the back and collided with the moonlight palm. At the same time, the purple zombie waved its palms. With a shocking force, it collided with the dazzling saber light and caused a huge explosion. What? He blocked that. So powerful. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that two 4-star kings together could not take down the opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. The disciple of moon-worshipping cult with the long saber roared and rushed forward again. Bang, bang, bang. The purple zombie waved its palms and collided with the long saber dozens of times. Every strike tore through the void. Soon, the disciple with the long saber retreated rapidly. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely ugly. His long saber was an extremely terrifying treasure. However, he could not hurt the opponent. What kind of body did the purple zombie have? How could it be so hard? How could it resist his treasure with its bare hands? Ha! Stop struggling. It's useless. This zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. You can't destroy it at all. Ooh. The black-robed man sneered and said a shocking piece of news. What? The corpse of a 6-star king? The crowd was shocked, and their scalps went numb. No wonder the purple zombie was so powerful and invulnerable. It turned out that it was the corpse of a 6-star king. A 6-star king was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that was close to becoming an almighty. Moreover, the strongest among them was only a 4-star king realm. How could it break the body of a 6-star king? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces turned ugly. In the darkness, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the purple zombie to have such a background. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. It's nothing. It's just a zombie. It's not a real 6-star king. Chapter 1589. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. The purple zombie was not a threat to them. What he needed to do now was to seize the 3 subdivine crystals. Little White, it's up to you. The little white monkey nodded and started to collect the 3 subdivine crystals with its small bowl. Now that the little white monkey's strength had increased greatly and reached the king realm, it could snatch things from the king realm. However, as soon as the little white monkey started to move, the black-robed young man chuckled on the other side. He controlled the purple zombie and instantly arrived above the subdivine crystals. Then, he stretched out his large purple palm and grabbed at the subdivine crystals. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the black-robed young man to attack suddenly. Buzz. In the next moment, the little white monkey performed a technique, and a piece of subdivine crystal appeared in the shabby bowl. The other 2 pieces were grabbed by the purple zombie. The purple zombie swayed and returned to the black-robed young man's side. Damn it! Everyone's expression turned ugly. The black-robed young man looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha! Only I deserve to have such things. Then he took the subdivine crystals from the purple zombie's hand. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened, because there were only 2 subdivine crystals in the purple zombie's hand. The 3rd one had disappeared. How is this possible? Why did one of them disappear? The black-robed young man could not figure out what had happened. However, in the next moment, he glanced around and shouted coldly, "Who dares to touch my things? Get out here!" His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the surrounding people heard his words, they were shocked. What's going on? Did someone secretly attack? However, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Boy, what should we do? On the other side, the dark red dragon asked. Snatch it! Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and there was no hesitation. He was not satisfied at all with only 1 supreme grade substandard divine crystal. Therefore, he had to get the other 2 pieces. Let's attack together. I'll deal with the purple zombie, and you deal with the black-robed young man. Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon. No problem. The dark red dragon nodded. It just so happens that I haven't exercised in a long time. Then he let out a long howl. His sinister voice rang out. Ha! It was your grandfather who did it. Brat, hurry up and hand over the subgrade divine crystal. Otherwise I'll tear you apart. This voice was like a ghost's howl, but it was also like a wolf's howl, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The next moment, the figure of the dark red divine dragon appeared. Lin Xian also appeared in the void. What? There's someone else beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. They had not noticed the other party's existence at all. Thinking of this, they were shocked. The black-robed youth's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, it's you again. You dare to appear in front of me? I've said it before. This time, I will definitely kill the 2 of you and refine you into my mummies. The black-robed young man's voice was extremely ferocious. Then he roared and charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Then he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Among them, Lin Xian faced off against the purple zombie, while the dark red divine dragon charged towards the black-robed youth. Soon, the black-robed youth and the dark red divine dragon were engaged in battle. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the purple zombie. He waved his palm and blasted forward with shocking energy. The purple zombie emitted a purple mist from its body and formed a purple light. Then, the purple zombie let out a deep roar. It was like the roar of a devil from hell. It made one's scalp tingle. His gray eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was eerie and extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The purple zombie's body moved like lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. It charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Then It threw out both of its palms and collided with Lin Xian's energy. The explosion sounded as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently. This exchange of blows caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they continuously retreated. So strong. They can actually fight the black-robed youth and the purple zombie? Who are they? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Even the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult could not believe it. They had experienced the strength of the black-robed youth and the purple zombie. They could easily kill them. Now, there was someone who could fight them to a standstill. This was too shocking. Damn it, how is this possible? The black-robed youth was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone who could fight him and his purple zombie. But soon, he calmed down. He was very confident in his and the purple zombie's strength. He believed that it would not be long before he could kill them. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 Serenity demonic sword. The pitch-black sword light shot into the sky with a biting, cold, murderous aura. It was going to shatter the entire sky. At this moment, the surrounding people's faces changed. What a terrifying sword chi. Who is this kid? Is he a disciple of a sword sect? Exclamations came one after another. Lin Xian held the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely powerful. With a slash, a terrifying black sword light flew quickly in the sky, as if it could tear the sky apart. Clang! The sword slashed directly at the purple zombie. It immediately cut through the fog around the purple zombie and slammed into its body. With a bang, the purple zombie was sent flying. It smashed 3 mountains in a row before it stopped. Not only that, there was a sword mark on its body. Although it was not deep, it was very obvious. What? He hurt the purple zombie? How is this possible? The surrounding warriors exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the moon-worshipping cult. They widened their eyes in disbelief. He had personally experienced the strength of the purple zombie. Even if they attacked it with their full strength, they could not break its defense. Moreover, they also knew that the purple zombie was made from the corpse of a 6-star prince. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. For star kings like them could not break its defense at all. But now, someone had hurt the purple zombie. And the other party's cultivation? Thinking of this, they hurriedly looked over. Then, their minds went blank. They were stunned. The other party was only a 2-star king. How was this possible? Impossible. Chapter 1590. He could feel that his purple zombie had been injured, but he refused to believe that his opponent could hurt his purple zombie. Damn it! How did he do it? Is it because of the sword in his hand? The black-robed young man had an extraordinary background and was very knowledgeable. He naturally recognized the sword in Lin Xian's hand. It was so extraordinary that it made his hair stand on end. Earth-rank artifact! Damn it! You have an Earth-rank artifact! His voice was ferocious, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. It was a look of intense greed. There was nothing he could do about it. Earth-class artifacts were not something that could be found on the continent, even in this true spirit token world. Not everyone in the Eastern Wasteland could own one. At least no one here had one. Ha ha! God is helping me. I didn't expect that not only would I find a top-grade substandard divine crystal, but I also found an Earth-rank artifact. Kid, I have to say, you're really a treasure hunter. This Earth-rank artifact is mine. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, he abandoned the dark red divine dragon and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he waved the wooden stick in his hand, sending out beams of black light that were like a black scythe of death. Clang! Clang! Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity demonic sword and cut all the attacks apart. At the same time, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Earth rank artifact. He's using an Earth rank artifact. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could hurt the purple zombie. It's the power of an Earth rank artifact. Who is he? Why does he have an Earth rank artifact? And it doesn't look like an ordinary one. Who cares who he is? Since we've met him, there's no reason for us not to attack. The Golden Light sect's martial artist sneered. That's right. He's just a 2-star king. How can he have such a treasure? Ridiculous. Only our moon-worshipping cult deserves such a treasure. On the other side, the moon-worshipping cult's disciples were also shocked. In the next moment, they all stood up and flew toward Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to kill Lin Xian and take the Earth rank artifact. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Immediately, he waved his demonic sword, and 8-sword chi slashed downward. He didn't hold back at all in this sword strike. Since the other party dared to have designs on him, then he naturally had to pay the price. Pung pung pung. 8 streaks of sword chi, carrying a sharp light and monstrous killing intent, slammed into the bodies of the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Immediately, they were sent flying, and blood dyed the ground red. What? So strong! Seeing this scene, the people who came later all stopped in their tracks, their expressions uncertain. They had originally wanted to seize the other party's Earth Step treasure, but now it seemed that it would be difficult to do so. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. To be able to send 8 experts flying in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, for a moment, no one dared to step forward. However, they did not give up. Humph, let that brat stay for a while. We'll make our move when he and that black-robed man are both injured. Good idea. Let's do that. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky also revealed a ferocious smile. He raised both of his hands and continuously struck the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, a very strange sound rang out. It was very low and strange, and it made one's scalp tingle. However, the purple zombie let out a long roar, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had been reborn and had obtained a powerful strength. Then he let out a long roar, and his body swayed. Like a purple lightning bolt, he once again pounced towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not flustered at all. He was very calm. Then he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed out horizontally, ruthlessly slashing forward. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also quickly attacked. He grabbed with his dragon claws, and suddenly a terrifying palm shadow quickly appeared, forming a red hurricane that spiraled in the air. Vaguely, there was the shadow of a dragon circling around. Then, the red hurricane flashed with a cold light and quickly rushed forward. Pung pung! The sound of collision erupted, and the tall purple zombie was once again sent flying. What? How is this possible? The black-robed young man's face turned ugly. He had already used a secret skill to activate the purple zombie's energy, but he did not expect to be sent flying. How can these two be so powerful? Kid, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill all of you. The black-robed young man's face was unusually ferocious. Then he hit the wooden stick again, and a strange rhythm rang out in the air. Roar, roar! As soon as the sound was heard, the purple zombie became even more violent. Endless death chi exuded from his body, and it quickly spread in all directions. At this moment, he was like a demon king, and he was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the black-robed young man went to the purple zombie's body again and merged with it. Suddenly, an even more terrifying energy surged out, enveloping the area in an instant. the entire space seemed to have turned into azure hell. Kill. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hold back, and the two of them exploded with dazzling energy. A great battle broke out, and it was extremely terrifying. Qi soared into the sky, and the shadow of the dragon roared, causing the surroundings to tremble. Countless mountains were turned into rubble. Kid, hurry up and destroy him, the dark red divine dragon snorted, and then dripped a drop of dragon blood. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, took the dragon blood, and then smeared it on the blade of the Nine Darkness demonic sword. Suddenly, the entire long sword exuded a strange energy. Red and black light intertwined, causing the entire space to shake violently. So terrifying. What kind of technique is this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. On the opposite side, the black-robed young man's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Even the purple zombie he was sitting on was roaring uneasily, as if it had met its natural enemy. Damn it. How is this possible? Destroy. The black-robed young man roared ferociously, heaven ferocious palm. Suddenly, the purple zombie struck out with both of its palms, and two palms that were like mountains pushed out horizontally. On the other side, Lin Xian also slashed down with his sword. This sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, it contained the power of the dragon blood. The dark red divine dragon was a pure dragon. His blood was very masculine and could destroy all evil things, coupled with the sharpness of the Nine Darkness demonic sword. Even if the purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a six-star king, it would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, in the next moment, the sharp sword light fell and directly cut the two large purple palms and then ruthlessly slashed at the purple zombie. Puff! The clouds rolled and the wind howled. The entire space shook violently as if it had been cut in half by the sword. What? Damn it! The black-robed young man was horrified. His body swayed, and he left the purple zombie. The purple zombie also roared angrily, and then it was enveloped by the sword light and was cut in half. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that the other party had killed the purple zombie. Chapter 1591. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Lin Fan had killed the purple zombie. This kind of method was seriously too heaven-defying. Impossible. D****. That's impossible. The man in the black robe was sent flying. This was because he had been swept by the aftershock of the sword Qi. Although he was not seriously injured, the Qi and blood in his body were extremely chaotic and surging nonstop. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He was in a frenzy. Because his purple zombie had been split into two halves, he couldn't believe it. The purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a six-star king. It was extremely terrifying. The man in the black robe could defeat all the four-star king realm martial artists. Even if he encountered a five-star king, he could still put up a fight. But now, a two-star king had actually destroyed his purple zombie. Brat, just you wait. How dare you destroy my zombie? I won't let you go. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth. His face was extremely gloomy. Then he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His most powerful zombie had been destroyed. Trying to leave? Sure, leave the subgrade divine crystal behind. Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his path. What? You dare to take the subgrade divine crystal? You're courting death. The man in the black robe was furious. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him and take the subgrade divine crystal. The dark red divine dragon said coldly. Lin Xian nodded when he heard that. It seemed like that was the only thing he could do. His body emitted a sharp aura again. Rays of sword light surrounded him. The man in the black robe's face changed when he saw that. He had seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's techniques. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over the subgrade divine crystal just like that. Therefore, he roared and waved his hand. Immediately, he summoned 6 mummies again and charged forward. As for himself, his figure flashed, and he fled into the distance like a black bolt of lightning. Trying to leave, the dark red divine dragon snorted when he saw that. He waved his dragon claw. Instantly, a huge dragon claw came crashing down. It was like a huge heaven and earth cage, sealing off the entire space in an instant. Pung! The black-robed man crashed into the huge dragon claw seal and was bounced back. His face immediately became even uglier. "How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living. I'm from the Chasing Corpse sect." Seeing that he could not escape, the black-robed man could only reveal his identity to threaten everyone. What? The Chasing Corpse sect is actually that sect. Damn it! Why did they come to the Eastern Wasteland? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was an extremely evil and ancient sect. No one knew how long they had existed, but they seemed to have existed since ancient times. Not only that, this sect was very strange. They would refine corpses and use them as weapons to fight. He had even turned himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. It could be said to be very strange. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to provoke them. However, over the years, the Chasing Corpse sect had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that they would never appear again. Who would have thought that they would appear again? The dark red divine dragon frowned, but he had already guessed it. On the other side, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "What Chasing Corpse sect? I've never heard of it. If you don't hand over the supreme grade subdivine crystal today, don't even think about leaving." To be honest, he had indeed never heard of the Chasing Corpse sect. Even if he had, so what? He had the great dragon sword soul. As long as he was given enough energy, his future would be limitless. Why would he be afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect? Therefore, he did not hesitate to slash out with his sword. "You're courting death." The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He was extremely furious. He did not expect that after he revealed his identity, his opponent still dared to attack him. Did he not know how terrifying the Chasing Corpse sect was? Was he not afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect's revenge? However, before he could think further, the terrifying sword light had already slashed toward him. "You're courting death. Get lost." The black-robed man roared and slapped out. Instantly, the sword chi was shattered. However, in the next moment, an even sharper sword light surged out again. Azure Dragon Break. The black dragon was mixed with red blood. At that time, the dark red divine dragon's dragon blood was extremely powerful. In an instant, it swallowed the black-robed man. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth lost their color. The sword chi swept across, and the entire space fell into chaos. When everything disappeared, the black-robed man was no longer there. Only a huge pit appeared on the ground. He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Such a terrifying black-robed man was killed with a single slash. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although this young man was only a 2-star king, his strength had already surpassed theirs. In fact, everyone felt like running away. They no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Then he looked around, intimidating everyone. With a cold snort, he and the dark red divine dragon turned into 2 rays of light and disappeared in the air. It was not until they had left for a long time that the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The sword chi emitted by the other party made them feel like they were suffocating. Fortunately, the other party had left and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. They might even have lost their lives here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the divine dragon and Hong moved and arrived at a safe cave. Then, he gave the dark red divine dragon a supreme grade, subdivine crystal. He held the remaining two in his hand and absorbed them quickly. He would not keep such treasures to prevent others from snatching them away. He might as well turn them into his own strength. Pure energy flowed into him and turned into dazzling light that surrounded him. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly. However, he had not broken through. This was normal. Lin Xian was not surprised. This was because the amount of energy he needed to break through was several times more than the previous time. 2 supreme grade subdivine crystals were not enough. However, he had gained a lot this time. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. At least among the 4-star kings, he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the divine dragon and Hong had also absorbed the machine-grade subdivine crystal. She felt like she had not had enough. The two of them discussed for a while and continued on their journey. This time, they flew towards the deepest part of Feng Mountain. This was because there had already been a shocking change. Someone had used a powerful technique to tear open the barrier inside, causing endless ghost chi to surge out. Chapter 1592. The ghostly chi in Feng Mountain was dense. The further one went in, the more fearful it was. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the great dragon sword soul to protect himself. The dark red divine dragon also activated its defense, and the dragon blood in its body surged. At this point, there were already many martial artists around. They were in groups of 3 to 5, or in groups of more than 10, forming small groups. There was almost no one who fought alone like Lin Xian. Therefore, many people kept sizing up Lin Xian. However, no one rashly made a move. That was because those who could come here were not fools. Moreover, they knew that since Lin Xian could appear here, he must have the strength to do so. They did not have extra energy to care about Lin Xian, because there was another change in front of them. One of the mountain ranges was penetrated, and countless ghostly chi emerged. It was as black as ink and incomparably monstrous. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of corpses buried in the mountain range turned into zombies and ghosts under the infusion of the ghostly chi. Tens of thousands of them charged toward these martial artists. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These cultivators did not hesitate and displayed their powerful strength to fight back. That was because they could not move forward without killing these ghosts. Among them, there were a few figures who were extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were shocked. The aura of these people was too powerful. The blood in their bodies rumbled, and even produced the sound of thunder. So powerful. Who are they? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Almighty! The dark red divine dragon's expression was also solemn. When a martial artist reached the level of a 7-star king or above, they would be given a title, which was Almighty. This kind of person was too terrifying. With a raise of their hand, they could tear mountains and rivers apart and pluck the stars and capture the moon. Calling them Almighty was the most appropriate. Almighty. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked and looked over. Was this the existence of a 7-star king or above? It was indeed terrifying. Just the aura emitted by those people was enough to make him shudder with fear. It seemed that this was a true, peerless expert. Sure enough, the few almighties at the front harumphed coldly. Immediately, they waved their palms, and numerous gigantic hands descended from the sky. In an instant, All the zombies and ghosts below were killed. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also retreated to a safe place. In front of them, ghost chi filled the sky, and energy surged. Soon, a few sky-covering hands destroyed all the ghosts and zombies. This was the power of a powerful being. With a raise of his hand, he was able to wipe out tens of thousands of ghosts. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Humph, you're just a mere ghost. You want to stop me? How laughable! A cold voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light. Who would have thought that an ancient tomb would appear in the Feng Shan fan? How rare! On the other side, there was a hearty laugh. Then, a monk appeared in the sky, his entire body shining with Buddhist light. The light was boundless, suppressing all the surrounding ghost chi. Master's dermic powers are getting purer and purer. The diamond prajna technique has probably been cultivated to the 7th level. Another old voice rang out. Then, an immortal-like old man appeared. His entire body was surrounded by flames, and he was dressed in a robe. He looked like an immortal. Dan Chenzi, you're here as well? The others looked over. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. Although he did not know the old Taoist in the sky, he was very familiar with his name, because Dan Chenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. In other words, the old Taoist in the sky was the current sect master of the Pill sect, Dan Chenzi. He did not expect that even the sect master of the Pill sect would come. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Kid, be careful, the dark red divine dragon reminded. The blue wave pill appearing in the Pill sect might have something to do with Dan Chenzi. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it would be unreasonable if Dan Chenzi did not know about such a big matter. He just did not know if this was Dan Chenzi's doing. But no matter what, he did not want to have anything to do with him. After that, 2 more powerful beings appeared. Now, there were a total of 5 powerful beings standing in the sky, causing the void to distort and distort. One of them was a white-robed, middle-aged man, surrounded by saber light. He was a mighty figure of the Golden Light sect. The monk was a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple. However, Buddhism was mainly in the Western Desert and was rare in the Eastern Wilderness. But it was not that there were none. The White Horse Temple was one of the more famous Buddhist holy lands. Dan Chenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. There was also a middle-aged woman. She was a mighty figure of the moon worshipping sect. The last one was covered in a ghostly aura that made one's scalp tingle. Many martial artists even thought that he was a zombie or a ghost. However, he was indeed a mighty figure. He was a mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect. When this mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, the other mighty figures immediately frowned. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was usually in the southern mountains, and there were almost none in the eastern wilderness. But now he had appeared. It was extremely strange. Humph, I didn't expect the Chasing Corpse sect of the southern mountains to be here. What a surprise. Pu Shan, a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple, said coldly, Buddhists subdued demons and devils, and they cultivated the most masculine and masculine techniques. The other party obviously cultivated the Gul Dao, which was the complete opposite of Buddhist techniques. When the two of them met, their auras collided, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Why, I can't come? Mount Fong is very suitable for our Chasing Corpse sect. The mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly, Your voice is like a ghost. It makes one's scalp tingle. Old bald donkey, if you dare disrespect me again, I won't refine you into a zombie. The mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect glared at Pu Shan and said ferociously, That was because the Buddhist aura on the other party's body made him very uncomfortable. Humph, refine me into a zombie? You're really shameless. Why don't I purify you first? Ooh. Pooh Shan snorted coldly as his body shone brightly. He was like a Buddha walking in the void. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. The two of them refused to accept each other, and their auras became stronger and stronger. However, at this time, Dan Chinzi waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Why are you two so angry? Since we're all here for the great ancient tomb, there's no need to quarrel here. Why don't we temporarily work together to break all the seals? What do you think?" Okay. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect nodded first. Then the woman in red from the moon-worshipping sect also agreed. Chapter 1593. Although they were mighty figures with immense power, the great ancient tomb was no child's play. It was bound to be fraught with danger and countless seals. The five of them working together was indeed a good idea. Since that's the case, let's go, Dan Chinzi said as he rose into the air. The other almighties followed suit. The gloomy elder from the Chasing Corpse sect frowned. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the crowd below. His gaze turned into a black saber light that pierced into the air. Oh no! Amidst the crowd, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. His body swayed, forming a clone where he stood while his real body instantly hid. Poof! In the next moment, the clone was pierced and then shattered into pieces. And when the surrounding martial artists saw this, there was a burst of exclamations, extremely terrified. They did not expect the mighty figure in the sky to attack them. Damn it, what are you doing? The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light's expression darkened when he saw this. That was because there were many disciples from the sect of Golden Light in the direction where the mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect was attacking. The others also looked over with unfriendly expressions. Normally, people like them wouldn't make a move against juniors. However, this mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect dared to attack. It was unbearable. Faced with the questioning gazes of the others, the mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect was not afraid. I found someone with corpse ghost chi among the martial artists below. He must have fought with my Chasing Corpse sect's disciples. Of course, we have to kill this kind of person. Hearing this, the disciples below twitched their mouths and felt their scalps go numb. He had to be killed just because he fought with a Chasing Corpse sect's disciple? That was too overbearing. However, Pooh Shan shouted coldly, "If you dare attack again, don't blame me for not holding back and suppressing you." The middle-aged man from the sect of Golden Light and the woman in red from the moon-worshipping cult also looked at him with unfriendly gazes. After all, this guy from the Chasing Corpse sect did not play by the rules. He was too much of a threat to the disciples of their sect. However, the mighty figure from the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly, "Since that person has been killed, I won't attack." "All right, let's go," Dan Chinzi said loudly. At this moment, Dan Chinzi said in a clear voice. Afterwards, the five of them nodded and turned into streaks of light again. Flying forward, in the crowd, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had used a clone to dodge the other party's attack. At the same time, he used a secret technique to hide his aura. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul to eliminate the weak, ghostly aura on his body. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the many secret techniques in his hands, he would have been killed just now. Damn Chasing Corpse sect. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his gaze dark. From now on, he would be even more careful. But now he didn't have any unusual aura on his body, so the other party shouldn't be able to discover him. Then he mixed in with the crowd of martial artists and set off forward. With five mighty figures paving the way, their speed was extremely fast. Even if any powerful ghosts appeared, they would be killed with a single palm strike. Furthermore, not long ago, two skeletal creatures over 300 meters tall had appeared. However, they had been completely crushed by the moon summoned by that woman from the moon-worshipping sect. This method caused everyone to be extremely shocked once again. Lin Xian also knew that although that woman looked to be in her 30s, her true age was probably over 1,000 years old. It was probably the same for the other people. Finally, the group entered the deepest part of Feng Mountain. There, endless ghostly aura surged and turned into 4 ghostly dragons. They circled around each other and dragged a giant bronze coffin. The aura was too terrifying. One look at it would make one tremble. If it weren't for the 5 mighty figures standing in front, the surrounding martial artists wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon mixed in the crowd and looked forward. At this moment, He Tu exclaimed, "It's a giant bronze coffin. This ancient tomb is too strange. What is it trying to do?" Lin Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong with the bronze coffin? At the side, the dark red dragon explained, "Usually wooden coffins are used. Very few people use metal coffins to make coffins. Any coffin made of metal is extremely strange. I didn't expect that there would be such a bronze coffin in this ancient tomb." Indeed, the 5 mighty figures frowned when they saw this scene. It's actually a bronze coffin. How surprising. The surrounding ghostly aura is too thick. I can't see clearly. As the few of them conversed, White Horse Temple's Pu Shan waved his hand. A Buddhist seal was pushed out and tore apart the thick, ghostly aura. Immediately, the scene inside appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. Then, everyone was shocked and gasped. Even the 5 mighty figures' pupils constricted as a grave expression appeared on their faces. This was because they discovered that near the bronze coffin, there was a crystal the size of a millstone that was shining brightly. At the same time, there was an abnormally pure energy. Divine crystal. The mighty figures were shocked and couldn't believe it. After the surrounding martial artists heard this, they all gasped. Divine crystal. They didn't expect that crystal to be a divine crystal, and it was such a big piece. At this moment, even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. Divine crystals were true treasures. They were even more precious than supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals, let alone such a big piece. The dark red divine dragon immediately became excited. If he could obtain that piece of divine crystal, he could immediately recover his cultivation and even improve it further. After Lin Xian learned of this, he was also extremely shocked. Then he looked ahead with a fiery gaze. He didn't expect that such a peerless treasure would appear here. As for He Tu, he directly said, "Don't even think about it. The 2 of you have no chance. Let's not talk about that bronze coffin first. It's definitely not that simple. Even if there are 5 mighty figures here, you won't be able to defeat them. So, don't even think about that divine crystal." Lin Xian sighed. As for the dark red divine dragon, he was also extremely unwilling. Damn, if I was at my peak, I would have snatched it long ago. In front of them, the 5 mighty figures also had fiery gazes because they were the ones most likely to obtain the divine crystal. However, although their gazes were fiery, they didn't dare to act rashly. This was because the scene was too strange. A person who had been dead for God knows how many years was being nourished with such a precious divine crystal. What is he trying to do? Is he really trying to be reborn? Whose tomb is this? Who has such a bold idea? Yeah, not only was he buried in a place like Feng Mountain, but he was also being nourished with a peerless treasure like the divine crystal. Chapter 1594. The few of them were discussing with uncertain expressions. The surrounding warriors exclaimed, Naturally, they did not dare to have any ideas and could only watch the show. Lin Xian didn't stay idle either. He secretly cast a spell and prepared to investigate the situation. As the successor of the Dragon Sword, he had received many martial arts techniques from the fourth successor of the Dragon Sword and He Tu's teachings. Therefore, the secret techniques in his hands could be said to be endless. For example, a technique that could hide one's aura so that even almighties could not detect it. For example, a doppelganger technique and the current Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye was also an extremely precious divine martial art. Even in those ancient families and peerless sacred grounds, it was not something that anyone could learn. Fortunately, He Tu had such a technique in his hands, so Lin Xian could learn it. After secretly activating the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian's gaze became extremely deep, and there were even strange runes flickering. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye was extremely magical. It was said to be able to see through everything and distinguish between lies and falsehoods. As expected, Lin Xian noticed that the ghostly aura in front of him had become much dimmer. His gaze could even directly penetrate it and land on the huge bronze coffin. Not only that, Lin Xian also discovered something even more magical. That was, his gaze was directly cast over the bronze coffin, looking inside. However, what surprised him was that there was not a corpse inside, but a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was crystal clear and emitted colorful light. It was just that no one noticed it inside the bronze coffin. What's going on? It's actually a double official coffin? Lin Xian was shocked. Then he transmitted what he saw to the dark red divine dragon and He Tuesday. After hearing it, the two of them were also shocked. This is incredible. What is this guy trying to do? A double coffin is very rare since ancient times. Could that guy really come back to life? The two of them were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes widened. This was because he discovered something even more unbelievable. This was because Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry shadow floating towards the bronze coffin in front of him. However, he was the only one who discovered it. The surrounding people did not seem to have seen it at all. Even the 5 almighties did not see it. What was going on? Was that a human or a ghost? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly activated his Martial Dao Heavenly Eye to take a closer look. This matter was too strange. There was actually someone who could avoid everyone without anyone noticing, including the 5 almighties. That person floated towards the bronze coffin. What was he trying to do? Was it to seize the 5-colored crystal coffin or that millstone-sized divine crystal? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt his heart beating faster. But in the next moment, when he saw that person's face, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The reason for that was because the blurry figure before them was actually Dan Chenzi. That's right, that face was Dan Chenzi's face. It was exactly the same without any changes. At that moment, the illusory figure directly floated into the bronze coffin. It seemed like it wanted to attack the 5-colored crystal coffin. What was going on? Why was it Dan Chenzi? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. If that illusory figure was Dan Chenzi, then who was the figure in front of him? 2 Dan Cenzis? Or was it a secret technique clone? Lin Xian didn't know, but he realized that this Dan Chenzi was too strange. Not only was he secretly stealing the bronze coffin, but he was also connected to the strange blue wave pill. He was definitely a dangerous person. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man in front of the door of golden light spoke up. Since we've already discovered the coffin, let's do it. Open the coffin and see what treasures are inside. Hearing that, the other almighties nodded and prepared to attack. Lin Xian paid special attention to Dan Chenzi. He realized that Dan Chenzi only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It seemed like he wasn't as enthusiastic as before. At that moment, The White Horse Temple's almighty Pu Shan also turned his head and spoke to the warriors behind him. Next, we will break the formation. I'm afraid there will be terrifying energy spilling out. You'd better back off to avoid being affected and losing your lives. Hearing that, countless warriors quickly retreated. They didn't dare to get any closer. If even the Almighty said so, what followed would definitely be extremely dangerous. In the crowd, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes became even more profound. He activated his martial Dao heavenly eye to the extreme. The 5 almighties formed a line and walked forward. Then the ghostly aura in front of them suddenly surged. A gale swept through, causing the sky to change. A terrifying cold aura emanated from the bronze coffin, as if warning the 5 almighties. Humph! The middle-aged man in the golden light sect snorted and attacked first. He waved his arm. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard. A huge sword light streaked across the sky, easily cutting the entire space apart. On the other side, the red-clothed woman from the moon-worshipping cult also waved her hand. Immediately, a full moon rose in the sky. It shone brightly, causing the entire space to collapse. Pu Shan shouted. A Buddhist seal was pushed out from his palm, emitting a dazzling light. The chasing corpse sect's almighty also sneered. He waved his sleeve, and a ball of black light quickly rushed forward. It turned into a ghost head, circulating with a cold aura. In the end, Dan Chenzi also made his move. The sky was filled with fiery light as it rushed forward. The 5 almighties attacked. It was earth-shattering. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire Feng mountain range shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. The bronze coffin in front of them was completely enraged. It emitted ghostly aura and connected with the surrounding formation. It condensed into 8 ghostly dragons that roared in all directions. At this moment, the sky lost its color. Countless runes and ghostly aura shone in the sky. The entire space was in turmoil. The people in the distance were shocked. Their eyelids twitched. Fortunately, Pu Shan had warned them. They had retreated early and arrived at a safe place. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill them thousands of times over. Is this the Almighty's technique? So powerful! Lin Xian looked at this scene. He was also excited. He could not help but clench his fists. When can I reach this level of combat power? He was looking forward to it. It doesn't matter. As long as you have enough energy divine crystals, you will reach this level sooner or later, He Tu said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then he used his martial Dao heavenly eye again and stared ahead. At the same time, he paid close attention to the scene inside the bronze coffin. The battle outside had erupted. However, an illusory figure was still sitting cross-legged inside the bronze coffin. It seemed to be breaking the 5-colored crystal coffin. However, at this moment, there was a loud boom. The entire world shook. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked over. Even Lin Xian frowned. It turned out that the formation in front of them had been broken by the 5 almighties. They had been strong all the way. After removing all the ghostly aura, they finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. Chapter 1595. However, they knew that in order to obtain the divine crystal, they had to destroy the bronze coffin first. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain it. Everyone, this is the last step. Let's work together to open the bronze coffin and obtain the treasure. The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said, in a deep voice. All right, everyone nodded. Since they had already reached this step, they naturally had to work together to open the coffin. At this moment, the chasing corpse sect's powerhouse sneered. Everything else is easy, but the corpse inside must be mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, don't blame me for not showing mercy. As a member of the chasing corpse sect, He was most interested in the corpse inside the coffin. There must be a peerless figure buried inside the coffin, perhaps even more powerful than them. If they could use the corpse to refine zombies into weapons, it would be unimaginably terrifying. Humph! Hearing this, Pushan snorted coldly. The others also fell silent, but their expressions were somewhat serious. Indeed, the corpse inside was useless to them, but they did not want the other party to obtain it. That was because they did not want to increase the strength of the chasing corpse sect. They would talk about this after they opened the coffin. The corpse inside might have already rotted. At this moment, the woman in red from the moon worshipping cult said slowly, "The 5 of us will work together to attack the bronze coffin." The attack this time was much more difficult than the previous one. The bronze coffin was covered with inscriptions. Now that it was attacked, all of them flickered and formed strange runes that filled the entire void. The 5 powerhouses each displayed their powerful strength. Their bodies flickered with dazzling light that shot up into the sky. This attack was enough to flatten the entire Fengshan mountain range. However, when it hit the bronze coffin, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The 5 Almighty's expressions were also extremely solemn. "Everyone, I think there's no need for us to hide our strength anymore. Let's attack with all our might." The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect said in a deep voice. Indeed, although the powerhouses had attacked with terrifying strength, they had not used all their strength. That was because they had reserved some strength for the battle for the treasure later. However, it seemed that they would not be able to open the bronze coffin without using all their strength. "All right, looks like that's the only way." The 5 of them prepared to use all their strength. Then, the 5 of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies exploded with dazzling light like 5 suns, illuminating the void. An incomparably horrifying energy burst out from the 5 of them. It was incomparably vast, like a river of stars that surged forward rapidly. This strike caused the sky to collapse. It was powerful to the extreme. However, the bronze coffin was too strange. Mysterious inscriptions gushed out, and together with the surrounding divine crystals providing energy, it emitted an even more resplendent radiance to resist. After the energy explosion, there was nothing in front of them. No one could see anything clearly. They could only use their soul force to capture a trace of its trajectory. As for Lin Xian, he activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and observed carefully. While the people outside were fighting ferociously, the illusory figure inside the bronze coffin did not stop. His fingers slid, forming a series of special trajectories, and slapped the 5-colored crystal coffin. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a strange sensation. He saw strange runes fly out from the 5-colored crystal coffin floating in the air. Then it disappeared. However, the illusory figure did not seem to notice the scene at all, and the surrounding people did not notice it either. Could it be that I'm the only one who saw it again? Lin Xian was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Although he did not know what those strange runes represented, he could feel that they contained a powerful force. Remember it. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to the extreme. He used his heart to remember those flickering runes in his mind. At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was empty, and he forgot everything around him. There was only one flickering rune in his eyes, and all of this was only seen by him. The surrounding people, including the 5 mighty figures and the mysterious illusory figure in the bronze coffin, did not see it. However, when the last rune flickered and disappeared in the sky, the 5-colored crystal coffin suddenly trembled. Then the bronze coffin slowly opened. An endless ghost chi rushed out, and the 5-layered crystal coffin flew out from inside. What? There's another one! And it's a 5-colored crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the five Almighties were stunned. They did not expect that there was not a corpse in the coffin, but another crystal coffin. What the hell is going on? They could not understand at all. At this moment, Dan Chinzi's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He snorted coldly, and the illusory figure in the bronze coffin quickly disappeared, turning into a wisp of green smoke and returning to his body. Then he no longer cared about anything else. He reached out a hand and grabbed in front of him. That's right, the illusory figure from before was released by him. He hid it from the other four mighty figures and secretly peeked at the five-colored crystal coffin, wanting to know the secrets inside. But he did not expect that the five-colored crystal coffin would fly out by itself. This made him extremely shocked and at the same time infuriated, because if he had a little more time, he might have been able to open the coffin and obtain the secrets inside. But now, all of that was gone. Therefore, he had to make a move and obtain the five-colored crystal coffin before anyone else. Dan Chinzi's move was so sudden that the four mighty figures could not react in time. But the five-colored crystal coffin flickered with light, and then like a shocking rainbow, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky with the divine crystal. Boom! The void in front of him exploded, and the five-colored crystal coffin quickly dodged. Humph! Where do you think you're going? Dan Chinzi roared angrily, and then with a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of white light and instantly rushed over. He would not let the five-colored crystal coffin go. The other four were also stunned, but soon they came back to their senses, and their bodies flickered as they chased after Dan Chinzi. In an instant, the five mighty figures disappeared into the sky. Only the martial artists on the ground were left behind, extremely shocked. Lin Xian was also astonished. He had never expected something like this to happen. It must have something to do with the runes he obtained. What exactly are these strange runes? Did Dan Chinzi figure them out too? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He would ask He Tu after he left. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Chapter 1596. Lin Xian was about to ask the dark red divine dragon and the snow white monkey to leave when there was another change in front of them. In the bronze coffin, other than the colorful crystal coffin, there were countless treasures. After the coffin was opened, they were carried out by the ghostly aura and scattered in all directions. Look, treasures have fallen. Hurry up and grab them. Ha ha, we're rich. Amazing treasures. We must grab more. Frenzied voices could be heard. The surrounding martial artists had all gone crazy. Their bodies swayed as they rushed in all directions. Kid, this is a good opportunity. Hurry up and grab them. The dark red divine dragon was also crazy. He used a secret technique and split into 8 dragon shadows. They rushed in all directions and wanted to grab the treasures that had fallen. The snow white monkey was also hugging a small, worn-out bowl and collecting the treasures. Lin Xian also took action, but he only collected the treasures around him. He did not grab those that were further away. He did not want to attract too much attention. Although these treasures were good, they were far inferior to the strange runes that he had obtained. Those were runes that even the 5 Almighties could not obtain, but he had obtained them. Therefore, he only wanted to return to a safe place. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon and the snow white monkey, asking them to stop as soon as possible so that they could leave this place. The dark red divine dragon naturally knew that a tall tree attracts the wind. Therefore, he did his best to grab the treasures and was ready to leave. The group of people moved and quickly flew outside. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated and a cold light condensed and struck at them. Suddenly, the place where Lin Xian was standing was penetrated, and a bottomless black hole appeared. Damn it, someone attacked me. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect to be targeted. The dark red divine dragon was also mad. Damn it, who is it? Come out. How dare you attack me? I'll tear you apart. He was too angry. Someone actually dared to attack him. How audacious. Even the snow-white monkey at the side was waving its little paws in anger. It was very dissatisfied. A figure appeared in the sky. It was wrapped in light and could not be seen clearly. However, that pair of ice-cold eyes were like the edge of a blade, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you hand over everything, and I can spare you. Otherwise, you'll have to stay on Feng Mountain as ghosts. Humph! What shameless boasting! The dark red divine dragon was infuriated. With a wave of its dragon claws, a dragon shadow roared and charged upward. Netherworld finger. That person flicked his finger, and a black finger light quickly flew downwards. There were a total of 5 finger lights. Each of them was incomparably black and had a terrifying aura flowing around them. Spurt! Spurt! 5 pitch-black finger lights, like divine swords of the netherworld, quickly pierced through the dragon's shadow. It's useless. You can't escape. Just hand over everything obediently. That person said coldly. Many surrounding cultivators also saw this scene and immediately whispered to each other. That must be Lu Tianyi from the Golden Light sect. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect him to make a move. He's a late-stage 4-star king. Among the 4-star kings, almost no one is his match. Who are those people? They're actually targeted by Lu Tianyi. I'm afraid they're doomed this time. Everyone was discussing. Golden Light sect? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up. You really want to make a move? His eyes flickered as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Of course, the supreme grade subdivine crystal isn't something you can have. Hand it over. Lu Tianyi said slowly with great confidence in his eyes. He had long had his eyes on Lin Xian because he had heard from his junior brother that Lin Xian had 2 supreme grade subdivine crystals. Therefore, he attacked Lin Xian. So, you're actually after the supreme grade subdivine crystals. In that case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian's voice was cold as light bloomed in his eyes. I'm in a hurry, so I can only finish you off quickly. Humph! Shameless boasting. You want to finish me off? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Above, Lu Tianyi revealed a trace of disdain. Then he waved his finger again, and 5 nether fingers flew out quickly. Every finger was as black as ink and flickered with cold light as they pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly as he clenched his fists and punched out. The resplendent fist was like the sun, and terrifying waves of air rolled as it directly shattered all the nether fingers. In the next moment, Lin Xian struck out with the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire person was swift and fierce to the extreme. On the demonic sword, black sword light circulated rapidly, and sword chi flickered as it slashed through the void. So strong! Who is he? The surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another. They originally thought that Lin Xian and the others were dead for sure, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessarily the case. The aura he displayed was too powerful. It shocked them to their core. Especially that demonic sword. It was too terrifying. Earth-grade artifact. Very good. It's also mine. Above, Lu Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and took out a golden seal. Boom. Endless thunder resounded, surrounding the surroundings. The surroundings were surrounded by multicolored light, like a resplendent sun. It was more like a golden sword light that slashed towards Lin Xian. Fuck, that's the golden light seal. Seeing the golden light seal, many people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. The Golden Light Seal was an ultimate technique of the Golden Light sect. It was extremely powerful and extremely domineering, terrifying to the extreme. With this Golden Light Seal, Lu Qianni should be able to contend with a 5-star king. That's for sure. I'm afraid those people are going to be unlucky. Everyone discussed animatedly. One could imagine how terrifying the Golden Light Seal was. Above, Lu Qianni held the Golden Light Seal in one hand. His entire person was like a god of war as he pressed down with the golden seal. Boom! Boundless golden light shone as the golden seal covered the sky. It was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Lin Xian was fearless. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. Then he waved his arm and slashed out. Azure Dragon Break. Boom. The monstrous sword light turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, causing the entire void to rumble. In the next moment, the two collided, and a terrifying light burst out. The heavens shook, and the earth shook. The void shattered, and the terrifying shockwave blasted the surrounding martial artists away. The golden light that filled the sky was split apart by the sword, and it was like a golden wave that slapped to both sides. Not only that, the golden mountain formed by the Golden Light Seal was penetrated, and a transparent black hole appeared. Clang! The black dragon roared and collided with the Golden Light Seal, immediately pushing Lu Qianni back. He was pushed back? That's impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Lu Qianni would be pushed back. Chapter 1597. In the sky, Lu Qianni was also shocked, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected of an Earth-grade artifact, it's indeed powerful. This sword, I want it. With a loud laugh, he once again brought the Golden Light Seal and charged over. As for Lin Xian, he waved the 9 Hell Demon Sword and used the Dragon Sword domain at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword chi turned into a rain of light and shot over. Clang! After dozens of moves, Lu Qianni was sent flying again. This time, his expression was incomparably ugly. That was because the golden seal in his hand actually had several cracks that crisscrossed within it. Immediately, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. The incomparably powerful Golden Light Seal had actually shattered. Lu Qianni's expression was also cold. He was very confident in his Golden Light Seal, and even a 5-star king might not be able to shatter it. But now, a 2-star king could shatter it. This was truly unbelievable. Kid, I'll make you pay a painful price. Lu Qianni's expression was ferocious, and his voice carried a biting cold, killing intent. You'll be the one to pay the price. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over. His time was limited, and he had to end the battle quickly. Golden light illuminates heaven and earth. Seeing the other party charge over, Lu Qianni's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and immediately the sky was filled with golden light, forming a golden sea that quickly swept forward. This was also a unique skill. Each of the golden waves was like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Even a 4-star king would be seriously injured and vomit blood if they were hit. Moreover, the other party was only a 2-star king. In his opinion, the other party was only relying on an Earth-grade artifact to have powerful combat strength. His own cultivation strength was probably not enough. As long as his sword chi swept over the other party, he would definitely be able to take the other party's life. The sky was filled with golden light, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if the sun was shining in all directions. This light caused the people in the distance to retreat again, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved the 9 Hell Demon Sword, using the underworld waning moon break to tear apart the void. A spatial crack appeared like an abyss beast that connected to hell. Immediately, the sky's golden light was completely swallowed by the black hole. What? They actually disappeared in an instant. How did he do it? In the distance, everyone was shocked, their skin going numb. Such a terrifying golden light was not something a 4-star king realm could block. However, Lin Xian had actually swallowed that golden light in an instant. What kind of technique is this? It's too terrifying. Even Lu Qianni's pupils abruptly shrank as his expression changed. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even he found it hard to accept. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Because in the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the Dragon Sword domain and charged over. Countless sword chi swept across the world, causing the entire space to shake violently. Lin Xian executed Dragon Sword domain and directly sealed Lu Qianni in the void. Then he used the 9 underworld demonic sword and slashed forward. Boom! With a heaven-shaking strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lu Qianni was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Lu Qianni would actually lose. Lu Qianni's pupils also abruptly shrank in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a late-stage 4-star king realm, while the other party was only a 2-star king realm. The difference between the two could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. However, the other party was actually able to injure him. This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 1598. Then Lin Xian used his spiritual energy to condense the runes that he had obtained. Suddenly, the tadpole-like runes floated in the sky. This is primordial immortal runes. The dark red divine dragon screamed. What primordial immortal runes? What's that? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's something incredible. He Tu also explained, this is a type of primordial runes. It's very ancient. No one knows its origin. Legend has it that it appeared with the ancestors of mankind. This type of runes is even called immortal runes. What's the use of it? Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect these runes to have such an ancient identity. Anything that was recorded by immortal runes was extremely incredible or a cultivation technique. Kid, I have to say that your luck is too good. He Tu sighed softly. Even the 4th-generation successor did not have such an opportunity. He was indeed quite regretful because the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword was brilliant and dazzling. However, he was too young and did not have the time to search for some ancient ruins. Otherwise, if he could live until now, he would definitely have found many immortal runes. Of course, he was now pinning everything on Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was strong, He Tu would be happy. But what are these runes? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was like a beautiful woman standing in front of you, attracting all kinds of attention, but you could not catch her. However, at this moment, the runes in the sky turned into tadpoles and danced in the air before entering Lin Xian's mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian's mind shook. Then he opened his eyes wide in disbelief, because these runes changed in his mind and formed words that he was familiar with. Finally, a cultivation technique with only 100 words appeared in front of him. This is? Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and read carefully. Then he took a deep breath. This was an extremely ancient movement technique known as the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Within the 8 steps, no one could match it. Now that they had a cultivation technique, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon would cultivate diligently and strive to master this movement technique as soon as possible. At the same time, Feng Shan once again welcomed 2 uninvited guests. At this moment, Ghost Qi was rolling around Feng Mountain. It was extremely terrifying. However, Most of the martial artists had already retreated. Furthermore, without the protection of the five Almighties, Mount Fong had once again become an extremely dangerous place. But now, two figures tore through the void and came to the depths of Fong Mountain. The bronze coffin has actually been broken open. The person inside must be gone. The one who spoke was a youth with a handsome face. His gaze was deep and carried incomparably mysterious symbols. That's right. Not only is the crystal coffin gone, even the divine crystal is gone. Another deep voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man with a tall figure. His face was even covered with metal-like scales. On his back, there was a long black saber. It was as tall as a man, and it was shining with a cold blade. The two of them stood in the void and looked ahead. The red robes on their bodies were constantly fluttering. On the red robes, there was a black lotus embroidered. It was beautiful and looked as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. If Lin Xian were here to see this, he would definitely exclaim out loud. This was because this was the symbol that his father had warned him to be careful. Who would have thought that it would appear here? Of course, Lin Xian was unaware of all this. Since the item is gone, let's go, the handsome youth said indifferently. Then, the symbols in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. The tall middle-aged man behind him nodded slightly. Then, the two of them swayed and instantly disappeared into the void. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During these days, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Now, their speed could be said to have reached the pinnacle. Perhaps even the Almighties might not be able to be faster than them. If others knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop. The Almighties were peerless figures in everyone's eyes. And Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's speed could actually reach that level? It was simply too unbelievable. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. As expected of a cultivation technique recorded in the primordial immortal language, it was simply too powerful. After a few more days, the sect began to distribute the blue wave pills. Lin Xian also received one. However, when the people from the sect left, he destroyed the blue wave pills, because he now knew that this was definitely not a spiritual medicine, but a vicious poison. Once contaminated with the blue wave pills, one would become addicted. Even a 4-star king would not be able to resist. One could imagine that the entire alchemy sect's upper echelons and core disciples were now under the control of the person who had poisoned them. If one day the person who had poisoned them no longer provided the blue wave pills, the entire alchemy sect would probably collapse and go crazy. Moreover, the potential danger was not only that. If that person wanted to order these core disciples and upper echelons to do something, he only needed to threaten to stop the distribution of the blue wave pills. Perhaps no one would be able to stand it. Who was the one who did it? What was that person trying to do? What was he trying to do with the entire alchemy sect? When Lin Xian thought of this, his heart turned cold. He was now certain that King Pillfeather's murder was inextricably linked to this matter. Back then, it was precisely because King Pillfeather had discovered the secret that he had been hunted down. However, this was already something that had happened hundreds of years ago, and the blue wave pills were still being distributed. This meant that the person who had done it was definitely a high-ranking member of the alchemy sect, and the kind who was very powerful. Otherwise, it was impossible for this matter to continue for hundreds of years. Therefore, Lin Xian's target of suspicion was Dan Chenzi. However, even if he knew the truth of the matter, there was nothing he could do. The current him was no match for Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi was already an almighty, and he did not know how many stars he had reached. In short, he had far surpassed him. The only thing he could do now was to quickly increase his strength. After a few more days, the sex mission came. This was a mission that core disciples had to do. No one could shirk from it, or the distribution of the blue wave pills would be stopped. Although Lin Xian had not consumed this kind of pill, he naturally had to accept the mission in order to not arouse suspicion. His mission was very simple. It was to investigate a person. The time limit was 1 month. Lin Xian did not know what mission the others had received. Because of the sect's rules, core disciples were not allowed to inquire about each other. If they revealed their mission, it was equivalent to violating the sect's rules. Therefore, Lin Xian could not ask. However, it seemed that his mission should not be too difficult. Chapter 1599. The Eastern Wasteland was so big that it was hard to imagine. One of the countries might even surpass the former Tianwu continent in terms of territory. The place where Lin Xian was going to carry out his mission was very far from the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect was in the south of the Eastern Wasteland, and he was going to the east of the Eastern Wasteland. If he had to fly there, it would probably take him 8 to 10 years to reach it. However, the alchemy sect would definitely not let Lin Xian fly there. They would directly activate a teleportation formation and send him there. This kind of teleportation formation was very mysterious. It was not a problem to teleport from the south to the east. Some terrifying teleportation formations could even teleport between continents. For example, from the Eastern Wasteland to the Western Wasteland. However, this kind of teleportation formation was too terrifying. The energy it required was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, only peerless sacred grounds and ancient families could use it. Lin Xian looked at the huge formation in front of him. He was shocked. The aura that rushed towards him made his body churn quickly. The dark red dragon said, "Kid, do you see that? That's a super teleportation formation. It will directly open the gate and let us travel through time." After a simple explanation, Lin Xian understood. Then he and the other core disciples stood on the teleportation formation. Chuyu was also there. However, the two of them received different missions. In the next moment, the teleportation formation shone, and all the core disciples were teleported out. Eastern Wasteland, east. The continuous mountain range was majestic and majestic. The ancient trees below reached into the sky. It was very magnificent. This kind of scenery could not be seen in the Tianwu continent at all. At this moment, above this primitive forest, the space suddenly opened. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Then a figure came out from inside. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. After passing through the sect's teleportation formation, he directly arrived at the eastern region. However, as soon as he came out, he felt dizzy. Even the spiritual energy in his body was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. This was the after effect of teleportation. However, he quickly circulated the longevity art and returned to normal. Then, the dark red dragon's body swayed and came out of Lin Xian's sleeve. The two of them looked around, as if to confirm something. Soon, Lin Xian took out a map and carefully compared it to confirm his location. Almost there. They were already very close to their target location. They would probably reach their destination in a few days. His mission this time was to investigate a person, and this person was a youth, only 15 years old, named Hongyu. It is said that he will attend a stone gambling convention in the east. As for the specifics, Lin Xian didn't know. However, the sect's request for him was to record all of Hongyu's actions during the entire stone gambling event. Furthermore, he was able to detect Hongyu's cultivation and talent. To be honest, Lin Xian was very confused about this mission. He didn't understand why the sect wanted to investigate a youth. However, after coming into contact with the other party, he should be able to find some clues. Lin Xian finally arrived at his destination, the ancient city of Hanyang. This was an ancient city. It was extremely majestic, and many experts could be seen coming and going. Since the stone gambling event was held in the ancient city of Hanyang, the number of warriors in the city had increased rapidly. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon paid the entrance fee and entered the ancient city of Hanyang. They were immediately infected by the lively scene. There were hawkers everywhere, and it was extremely lively. Lin Xian was cultivating the martial Dao heavenly eye. It could be said that it was a very special eye technique. Therefore, he was very interested in gambling stones. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Xian smiled. Then the two walked forward. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a 4-star king cultivation base. At this moment, there were many people gathered around the stall, but no one bought anything. This was because these stones were too different from the gambling stones they had seen before. They even suspected that these were fakes. They were using ordinary stones to fool people. However, Lin Xian felt that these stones seemed to contain a special energy. They were different from the rest. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. Previously, he had killed many experts and collected their storage rings. Therefore, Lin Xian had a lot of divine gems. Chapter 1600. Fellow Cultivator. I'll choose a stone. Lin Xian threw out a bag containing 500 secondary divine crystals. "Sure, go ahead." The middle-aged man took the bag and said with a smile, "What? Someone actually bought it?" Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. "Yeah, this guy must be crazy. These stones look fake. How dare he buy them? Is he a seeker spirit master? A seeker spirit master? I don't think so. Maybe he's just a hothead who doesn't know what stone gambling is like." Everyone discussed and shook their heads while sighing. They felt that they had been cheated for buying these stones. The dark red divine dragon was also a little worried. To be honest, even it couldn't understand this kind of stone gambling, because those stones had extraordinary origins and contained strange energy. Ordinary methods couldn't see through them at all. Some stones that looked very strong turned out to be empty after being cut. There were even some stone gambling experts who lost their entire family fortune in a single night. And Lin Xian was just a young boy who had never gambled on stones before. Could he do it? The dark red divine dragon wasn't confident. Forget it, let him try. 500 divine crystals isn't too much. If he doesn't get anything this time, I'll stop him from doing it next time. The dark red divine dragon made up its mind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled slightly. After paying the 500 divine crystals, he didn't choose immediately. Instead, he secretly activated his martial path heavenly eye. Suddenly, his eyes became deep. However, this time, he controlled it very well and didn't manifest any obvious runes, because he didn't want to alarm those people and cause unnecessary trouble. The martial path heavenly eye was very powerful. It was a kind of divine power. Not many people, even in the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds, knew how to use it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely talented. He learned this divine power and even cultivated it to a certain level. At this moment, the stones in front of him became hazy under the martial path heavenly eye. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and stared at one. "This is it." Lin Xian nodded slightly and picked up a football-sized stone. Then he used his fingers like a knife and cut at the stone. Damn, so casual? Everyone was stunned. Originally, when they saw the other party's confident appearance, they thought that the other party was a seeker spirit master. However, who would actually choose a stone? This was too careless. These people shook their heads. They realized that this method was completely different from the method of the Seeker Spirit Master. Even a real Seeker Spirit Master would have to ponder for a long time before he could be sure. And now, this young man was probably certain in just a few seconds. It must have been a random choice. On top of that, the crowd's mouths twitched upon seeing the other party's method of cutting the stone. A real Seeker Spirit Master would use a special knife to carefully cut, for fear of destroying the things inside. Yet, the young man before him was actually using his finger to cut it open without any particular technique. Could it be that he's not afraid that there's really a treasure inside, and he'll break it? At this moment, everyone was sure that the kid in front of them was definitely not a spirit-seeking stone, but a hothead. Sai, with his methods, I reckon that even if there are treasures inside, they will be destroyed. What treasure? He just randomly chose it. It would be strange if there was a treasure. Everyone shook their heads, but they didn't leave. They didn't want to stay and watch the show. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Under the martial Tao celestial eye, he had already seen what was inside. At this moment, his palms seemed to be careless, but the treasure inside was not damaged at all. His fingers were like knives as he waved them quickly. Soon, the stone that was the size of a football became the size of a fist. It seems that there's really nothing inside. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Their mouths were even agape in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian had cut again. As a result, a bright light was emitted from the stone. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sky. What a powerful light. There must be a treasure inside. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that the other party would really cut out a treasure. Damn. Who is this kid? He's too lucky. That's right. He just randomly chose it and found a treasure? That's too heaven-defying. Looking at the light, I'm afraid it's definitely not an ordinary item. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Then, everyone widened their eyes and stared at the stone in Lin Xian's hand. Even the dark red divine dragon was shocked. However, it knew that Lin Xian definitely didn't do it by luck. He had used the martial Tao celestial eye. Damn. This kid's talent is too terrifying. He can actually cultivate the martial Tao celestial eye to this level. It was too shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was still smiling as he continued cutting. Soon, the bright light became brighter and brighter. It was like a sunset that surrounded the stone. Crack. After the last cut, all the stones fell and revealed a crystal that was the size of an egg. What? A supreme-grade subdivine crystal. Heavens, I'm not dreaming. Am I? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They didn't expect that there would be a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in the stone, and it was the size of an egg. It was definitely a rare treasure. He made a fortune. This kid definitely made a fortune. He bought a supreme-grade subdivine crystal the size of an egg with 500 ordinary subdivine crystals. This was absolutely unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes turned red. Even the middle-aged man who was selling the stone was surprised. However, although he was shocked, he didn't intend to go back on his words. Lin Xian looked at the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Great, he needed this kind of energy. He didn't expect to find it now. Just nice, this stone could increase his strength and cultivation by a lot. At the same time, he was also delighted. It seemed that his martial Tao celestial eye was really amazing. It could accurately see the situation in the stone gambling. It seemed that he could totally become a seeker spiritual master in the future. The energy he needed for his cultivation was too great. Ordinary methods couldn't satisfy him. However, if he became a seeker spiritual master and engaged in stone gambling, he might be able to quickly collect a large number of subdivine crystals. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. A supreme-grade subdivine crystal? Great, it's mine. Along with the voice came a towering hand that slammed down and covered Lin Xian and the supreme-grade subdivine crystal in his hand. The terrifying hand was as strong as a mountain. Just its aura alone was enough to send many martial artists flying. Lin Xian sneered. Then his body swayed, and he instantly left the place. Even if it was a mighty, he could escape even if he couldn't defeat him. His current speed was extremely terrifying. Chapter 16:01. However, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Someone dared to fight in the ancient Hanyang city. Did he want to die? Sure enough, a tall man with a cold expression was standing behind them. He was the one who had attacked. At this moment, he stretched out his hand again and tried to grab Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Who dares to fight in the ancient Hanyang city? Kill without mercy! Then, a dazzling saber radiance cut the huge hand like a meteor. Not only that, the tall middle-aged man was also cut in half. The saber radiance flashed like a meteor. In the next moment, it turned into a boundless flame and burned the corpse and blood completely. Only a faint smell of blood was left in the sky. However, the corpse of the attacker was long gone. The enforcers have attacked. How terrifying! The surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They knew that fighting was not allowed in the ancient Hanyang city. However, they did not expect the enforcers to be so fierce. The person who had attacked earlier was already a 5-star king. However, in front of the law enforcers, he had no power to resist at all and was killed. This was simply too shocking. The law enforcers of the ancient city not only killed the person who attacked, but they also intimidated the crowd. Now, everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock in their eyes. Although their eyes were burning, no one dared to attack again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He had heard about the rules of the ancient Hanyang city from Hey Tuesday. However, he did not expect the enforcers to be so powerful. However, this was good. It would save him some trouble. The middle-aged man seemed to be used to this. He stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you want to choose another one?" Hearing this, the crowd became excited again. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian was really capable or just lucky to have chosen this one. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Only this piece of rock is good. The rest are all trash." What? Useless! The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. As for the middle-aged man, he was also startled. His eyes shone brightly. "Are you sure? Don't talk nonsense." Of course, he was sure. Lin Xian smiled. Then his eyes suddenly became piercingly cold. He waved his hand and shattered all the stones. What? He actually broke it with a punch. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This action was simply too crazy. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to act so decisively. It shattered all of his stones. Could it be that he wasn't afraid that there would be 1 or 2 treasures in these stones? However, what shocked everyone was that all the stones exploded, but they were all empty. There was not a single treasure. What? None of them. They're all useless rocks. Everyone gasped. Then they looked at Lin Xian, and their expressions changed. They now knew that the young man in front of them was definitely not lucky to be able to cut out a supreme grade subdivine crystal. Instead, it was true ability. This was definitely an expert. The middle-aged man also sighed. Young master's methods are truly admirable. I thought that no one would be our match in this Gambling Stone Conference, except for our Lu family, but I didn't expect that someone like you would appear. It's really surprising. What? The Lu family? Could it be that ancient family? Everyone heard this. They were immediately shocked because they knew in the eastern part of the eastern continent there was an ancient family. Most of the family members were seeker spirit masters with terrifying strength. It was even said that there was a heavenly spirit master. This family was surnamed Lu. They did not expect that the other party would also come. So it's Brother Lu. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Although he was only in his 20s and the middle-aged man was obviously older than him, the surrounding people did not feel that there was anything wrong with him calling him Brother Lu. Even the middle-aged man did not show any displeasure, because strength determined seniority. Age had nothing to do with it at all. The two exchanged a few more words. Then Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian's back and whispered, "Who is this young man? How could he have such methods? Yeah, he can see through all the fake at a glance. Needless to say, he must be a Seeker's spirit master. It's just that I don't know which clan or sect he's from. That kid is nothing. That middle-aged man is terrifying. Although he did not show any skills, his surname alone is enough to shock everyone." Yeah, everyone nodded. The Lu family was definitely a terrifying family. Sure enough, it did not take long for someone to come out of the ancient Hanyang city to personally welcome the middle-aged man surnamed Lu. This made everyone envious again. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon wandered in the city again. The dark red dragon was also excited. "Kid, not bad. I didn't expect your heavenly eye to reach such a level. It seems that it won't be difficult to get supreme quality subdivine crystals in the future." Lin Xian took a deep breath. "It's not that optimistic. These stones are just the most basic ones. I was lucky to find the right ones. If I find the real ones, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to see through them with my current cultivation, but don't be too discouraged. As my heavenly eye improves, I'll be able to cut out more treasures. Maybe I'll be able to cut out a real divine crystal." Lin Xian clenched his fists as he spoke. He had seen a real divine crystal back in Mount Feng. The aura emanating from the divine crystal was enough to tempt him. That was a true treasure. A piece of divine crystal was equivalent to countless supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. As he spoke, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and retreated rapidly. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and instantly left the place. The moment he left, a cold blade slashed down rapidly and cut the place where Lin Xian was standing into pieces. On the other side, the dark red dragon also retreated to a distance. He was also attacked. Fortunately, both of them had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and their speed had reached a terrifying level. That was why they could avoid the assassination. However, both of them were terrified. If they did not have the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, they would have been severely injured or even killed. Damn it! Who dares to attack me in the ancient Hanyang city? Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. One should know that someone had attacked him before, but he was immediately killed. Therefore, no one dared to break the rules of the ancient Hanyang city. Chapter 1602. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also gnashing its teeth. "Who is it? Come out! How dare you assassinate me?" However, no one answered. Clearly, the other party was an extremely terrifying assassin who was adept at concealment. Once the attack failed, they would immediately escape. However, how could Lin Xian let them leave? He used his martial Dao celestial eye, and mysterious runes immediately flickered in his eyes. A terrifying light swept in all directions. No matter how well the two assassins hid, they could not hide under the effect of the martial Dao celestial eye at this moment. "Found them!" Lin Xian transmitted a voice to the dark red dragon. Following that, the two figures swayed and charged forward. The two mysterious assassins' faces changed drastically. They did not expect that the other party could actually lock onto them. At this moment, seeing the other party charge forward, their scalps immediately went numb. Their figures swayed, and the two were about to leave. However, how powerful was Lin Xian? He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of the other party. How can he be so fast? The mysterious assassin was shocked. He did not expect the other party's speed to be so terrifying. As an assassin, he was adept at movement techniques. However, the other party's movement technique was faster than his. He did not even have time to react, and was caught up by the other party. Damn it! The mysterious assassin roared angrily and stabbed out with a backhand. A resplendent sword light tore through the sky. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm, containing countless terrifying black flames, and slapped forward ruthlessly. Bang! This palm was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the void. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The black flames even enveloped that mysterious assassin. In an instant, that mysterious assassin was burned to ashes. At the same time, the dark red dragon also used a powerful ultimate skill to kill the other assassin. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who is it? Dare to make a move in Frost Sun Valley City, courting death. Although the place where Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were at was remote, it was not without people. That scene just now was also seen by many martial artists. At this moment, hearing the cold shout from afar, those people's scalps went numb. They did not expect the enforcement team to arrive so quickly. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the enforcement team to be so efficient. Immediately, he snorted coldly because through his martial Dao heavenly eye, he could still see a few figures in the distance. However, the distance was too far, and those people had not made a move yet. If he wanted to kill them now, he was afraid that the law enforcement team would have something on him. Therefore, he did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, a few people quickly flew over and arrived nearby. These people were all wearing black armor and had powerful auras. They carried a terrifying killing intent. These people were the law enforcement team of the ancient city of Hanyang. Who dares to make a move in freezing Sun Valley City? A middle-aged man in black armor shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, extremely sharp. However, Lin Xian had no fear on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Law enforcement team, you came at the right time. I also want to know who dares to assassinate me in public." What? Assassination? Hearing this, the law enforcement team martial artists frowned. They had only sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power, so they came to patrol. They did not expect there to be such a reason. It is indeed an assassination. If you don't believe me, you can ask the surrounding people. Lin Xian said slowly. Some of the surrounding martial artists had already run away, but there were still some who stayed where they were. At this moment, they were discussing animatedly. This guy is the Seeker Spirit Master who cut out the subdivine crystal, right? Yes, it is said that even the middle-aged man of the Lu family favors him. Maybe someone is jealous of his talent. Someone thinks that he is a threat, so they secretly made a move. You are a Seeker Spirit Master? After hearing this, the man in black armor was also surprised. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Yes, I am a Seeker Spirit Master. Lin Xian nodded. Until now, he could only use this identity. Although he was not a Seeker Spirit Master, with his martial Dao heavenly eye, he should have no problem. It seems that this is the first time you have come to ancient Hanyang City. Then, I will explain the rules of ancient Hanyang City to you. Our city is divided into the public area and the lawless area. Fighting is forbidden in the public area, while the lawless area is our business. The law enforcement team will not interfere. You can settle your personal grudges there in the future. This time, you don't know the situation, so we will not make things difficult for you. Thank you, I understand. Seeing that the law enforcement team did not make things difficult for him, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and said. He knew that his identity as a Seeker Spirit Master had played a role. The surrounding martial artists were also envious. Indeed, a Seeker Spirit Master was extremely rare, and a powerful one would be treated as a guest of honor by the major forces. Therefore, although Lin Xian had made a move just now, the law enforcement team did not pursue the matter. However, Lin Xian was very confused, because he could not think of anyone who wanted to assassinate him. After all, he had just arrived in ancient Hanyang City, so he probably had no enemies at all. And there were no obvious enemies in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he could not think of anyone who would make a move on him. On the side, the dark red dragon sent a message. It could be a potential enemy. After all, you just showed your ability as a Seeker Spirit Master, and there are many Seeker Spirit Masters at this stone gambling event. Maybe someone thinks that you are a threat and wants to get rid of you. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Lin Xian nodded. However, although he was careful, he was not afraid. Even if the opponent was a powerful one, and he could not defeat them, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Then the law enforcement team and Lin Xian left, and two more figures appeared on the street. These two people, one was a handsome young man with deep eyes like the starry sky. The other was a tall, middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. Both of them wore red robes with a black lotus embroidered on it. These two people had appeared in the depths of Feng Mountain before, but now they were in ancient Hanyang City. At this moment, the tall, middle-aged man looked at the figure in the distance and nodded slightly. Not bad, young man, very strong and fast, and seems to be a Seeker Spirit Master. Why, are you itching for a fight again? The handsome young man said lightly, "We are in the middle of a mission. You better not do anything without my order." "He is not bad, but he is not worth our time." The tall man laughed. "Don't worry, I am just saying, my saber will not kill nameless people. If he is a saint from a peerless sanctuary or a clan of the ancients, I would be interested in killing him. Unfortunately, he is not." The middle-aged man laughed, and then said in a low voice, "Are you sure your brother will come here?" Chapter 1603. The middle-aged man smiled, and then said in a low voice, "Are you sure your brother will come here?" After the handsome youth heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a deep light bloomed in his eyes. It can't be wrong. He should be participating in this stone gambling meet. I really want to see how much he has grown. Following that, the two figures swayed and disappeared on the spot like a wisp of green smoke. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, they came to a restaurant. The restaurant was filled with martial artists who were currently discussing stone gambling intensely. Lin Xian did not say anything. He ordered a table of dishes and a pot of good spirit wine. He ate and listened with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. From the discussions around him, he obtained some information. That was the stones related to stone gambling. These divine crystals had been formed after tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some of them had formed into mineral veins, while others had been sealed in rocks. And those stones were stone gambling. These stones all carried an ancient aura, so ordinary martial artists could not see through them. Only after opening them could one know if there were treasures inside. And the origin of these stones determined how much treasure there was. Among them, there was a type of stone that came from the primordium ancient mine that was extremely precious. It was said that the content of the treasures inside was even higher. However, this primordium ancient mine was not a good place. It was a forbidden zone for life. Only some powerful ancient families and sacred grounds could obtain some stones from the periphery of the primordium ancient mine. They would transport it over and conduct stone gambling. As for the others, they did not have the strength or courage to do so. It was said that in this stone gambling meet, there would be stones dug out from the primordium ancient mine. At this point, the surrounding people became even more excited. What kind of stone will probably be sold for a sky-high price, right? Yeah, it's definitely a sky-high price. Ordinary people don't dare to buy it at all. They're afraid that after cutting it out, there won't be any treasures inside, and they'll go bankrupt. That's for sure. Even those powerful seeker spirit masters aren't confident. However, that might not be the case this time. In this stone gambling meet, someone might cut out a stone from the primordium ancient mine. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and committed this name to memory. Right at this moment, there was a sudden clamor in front of them. Then, a group of figures came in quickly. That was a group of youngsters. Their auras were powerful, and they wore luxurious clothes. Their manners were arrogant. A moonlight was embroidered on their sleeves. This group of people was very arrogant, occupying the most central seat as soon as they arrived. At this moment, a woman from the moon-worshipping cult looked at Lin Xian. Then she exclaimed, "Aya, what a beautiful little monkey. Senior brother, I want that thing." After saying that, she didn't wait for the others to respond. She directly came to Lin Xian's side and said coldly, "Brat, how much are you selling this pet of yours? I'll give you 100 divinity crystals. Sell it to me." With that, she waved her hand and took out 100-fold god crystal and placed it in front of Lin Xian. "Not for sale. Take your subdivinity crystal and disappear in front of me." Lin Xian said without raising his head, "What did you say? You dare to scold me? Brat, do you want to die?" The female disciple of the moon-worshipping cult was enraged. "Are you blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I'll cut off your tongue right now? Get lost!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. Boom! The cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult in front of him were enraged when they heard this. They stood up one by one and walked toward Lin Xian. "Brat, how dare you scold my junior sister? I think you don't know how to write the word death. Kneel down and apologize. Slap your face 100 times, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you won't leave the ancient city alive. How dare you scold the people of the moon-worshipping cult? Brat, I think you really don't want to live anymore." A series of cold shouts sounded. These disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked down at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. "Moon-worshipping cult? Is that so arrogant? How dare you provoke me? Be careful that I'll kill all of you." Lin Xian said coldly. He was enjoying his meal here, but these people actually took the initiative to find trouble with him and even wanted to humiliate him. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to alarm the enforcement team, he would have already killed all of them. The cultivators in the restaurant whispered to each other when they saw this scene. "Those are the people of the moon-worshipping cult. They're really overbearing. That brat is out of luck. The moon-worshipping cult is full of experts. He can't stop them alone." "Did you hear that, brat?" The people of the moon-worshipping cult laughed wildly. "If it weren't for the ancient city's rules, I would have already attacked. Is that so? You also know the ancient city's rules?" Lin Xian sneered. "The reason you're still alive and talking is because of the ancient city's rules. Otherwise, you'd be dead in front of me right now. Now get lost, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Hearing this, the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult frowned, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to respond in such a way when facing the experts of the moon-worshipping cult alone. "Who is this brat? You don't look familiar. Is he also a disciple of a large sect? No way. Why do I feel that he's only a 2-star king? Someone like him dares to challenge the moon-worshipping cult? What? 2-star king? That's impossible." Everyone was shocked, and then they probed one after another. Soon, they were shocked because the other party was really only a 2-star king. "Ha ha ha! This is hilarious." The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. "2-star king? Brat, you dare to be arrogant in front of us with such a weak cultivation? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death." The female disciple from before sneered. Brat, you're asking for it. Don't blame me if you want to die. Ooh. Then she stretched out her hand and grabbed the little white monkey. Woo woo. The little white monkey waved its furry paws angrily. When it saw the female disciple grabbing at it, it instantly disappeared. So fast, it's a natural variant. The female disciple was stunned, and her voice was filled with ecstasy. Only I deserve to have such a rare beast. As she spoke, her gaze turned and swept through the surroundings. She wanted to capture the little white monkey's trajectory. However, in the next moment, she screamed. Ah! The sharp sound made everyone's scalp go numb. The female disciple of the moon, worshipping cult, quickly retreated, covering her face with her hands. Her face was full of horror. Drip, drip. Blood flowed out from the gaps of her fingers and dripped to the ground. What? She's injured? How is this possible? The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't see anyone attack at all. So, how did the female disciple get injured? Oh, no. The little white monkey appeared again, waving its paws angrily. Chapter 1604. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Damn you, monkey! How dare you disfigure me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Senior brother, kill all of them. Leave no one alive. She was furious. She did not expect the little white monkey to be so fast. Furthermore, her opponent had actually attacked her and scratched her face. This was something that the proud and arrogant her was unable to tolerate. Brat, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll make you pay a painful price. You're dead. The surrounding disciples of the moon-worshipping sect sneered. Do you know who our senior brother is? Our senior brother, Niu Lang, is one of the candidate saints. You're dead. Niu Lang, he's Niu Lang. If he's one of the successor saints, then he must be an extremely powerful genius, the surrounding people exclaimed. Every major sect and holy ground had a candidate saint and saintess. Other than that, there were also some candidate saints and saintesses. They were used as a precaution or for the sex competition. These candidate saints were powerful and could definitely suppress the younger generation. The crowd did not expect the arrogant young man in front of them to be one of the candidate saints. Lin Xian sneered. Just a candidate? How dare you be so arrogant when you're not even a candidate? He sneered disdainfully and shook his head slightly. Brat, you're courting death. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping sect was furious. The candidate saint, Niu Lang, looked gloomy. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed again. I think I've seen that young man before. Isn't he the Seeker Soul Master who cut out the subdivine crystal? What? Seeker Soul Master? He's a Seeker Soul Master? The crowd was even more shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such an identity. The disciples of the moon-worshipping sect were also stunned. Niu Lang snorted. Humph, what Seeker Soul Master? He was just lucky to cut out a subdivine crystal. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with such a weak cultivation? You're courting death. Brat, since you dared to hurt my junior sister, I won't let you go today, no matter what. Although this is the public zone, and we can't attack in the lawless zone, I'm afraid no one will care. Brat, do you dare to follow me to the lawless zone? Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. However, I want you to kneel in front of my junior sister and kowtow 100 times before crippling your own arms. Also, hand over this damned monkey obediently, and I can spare your lives. What? The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they now knew that Lin Xian might be a seeker spirit master, this was not a life and death battle. It was true strength, a battle of life and death. Although Lin Xian's identity was special, he was only a two-star king. As for Niulang, he was one of the candidate holy sons. His strength was extremely strong, and he had most likely already reached the level of a five-star king. Such a person was simply too powerful. Most likely, not many people could suppress it. The lawless zone will decide life and death. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes with a touch of coldness. In the past 2 days, people kept finding trouble with him. Did they really think he was a pushover? It seemed that it was time for him to show off his strength to the crowd. What? A battle of life and death. Everyone was shocked. It seems that the people of the moon-worshipping cult really want to kill that young man called Lin Xian. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. I agree to your request. I'll let you know the consequences of challenging me. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe their ears. The other party actually agreed and dared to say such arrogant words. Did he really want to die? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. What? Did I hear wrong? This brat actually agreed? Even the cultivators of the moon-worshipping cult were stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really agree. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water to actually agree to a battle with senior brother Neo. It seems like he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Brat, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 100 times. It'll be more comfortable. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. The group of disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Niulang. He said coldly, What? You don't dare? Humph! Niulang snorted and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Brat, fighting with me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. I'll wait for you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Niulang sneered, and then led the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult out of the tavern and toward the lawless zone. The disfigured female disciple also sneered, Brat, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. And that stupid white monkey, I'll definitely kill him. You all can go to hell for messing with me. The group of people left arrogantly. Lin Xian snorted and left with the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The entire tavern was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two sides would really fight to the death. One was a seeker spirit master, and the other was a successor of the moon-worshipping cult. This kind of battle was really exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. Niulang's strength is terrifying. That Lin brat has no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to go and have a look. Let's go. Everyone was excited and walked toward the lawless zone. At this moment, the door of a private room in the tavern opened, and two figures walked out. One was extremely handsome, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man with a long saber on his back. They were the two mysterious people from before. However, at that moment, they were all wearing black gowns that concealed the black lotus flowers. Therefore, no one noticed their strange clothes. I didn't expect to see something interesting. Not bad. Shall we go and have a look? The tall, middle-aged man smiled. All right, since we have nothing to do now, let's go and have a look. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Then the two of them walked toward the lawless zone. At the same time, the entire ancient city of Hanyang received the news. Although Lin Xian also obtained a supreme grade subdivine crystal, only a small number of people saw it. His opponent, Niulang, was indeed very famous. After all, the moon-worshipping cult was a major sect, and Niulang was one of the successor candidates. He could be said to be a very powerful genius. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat such a person. Now, there was someone who wanted to fight to the death with Niulang, and that person's identity was most likely a seeker spirit master. This undoubtedly added some mystery to the battle. Chapter 1605. On the other hand, Lin Xian ran into a familiar face. It was a fatty in a golden robe. Brother, it really is you. I knew it. Only you would be so bold as to stir up such a storm. Fatty Luo was very excited when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He looked at Fatty Luo and asked curiously, "Why are you here too?" "Of course, as long as there's a lively place in this world, Fatty Luo, will be there." "Oh, right, Brother Lin. Let me introduce you to my brother," Fatty Luo said as he pointed at a young man beside him. "His surname is Du Fei. Du Fei. This is the Lin Xian I told you about." "So it's Brother Du." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Lin, it's an honor to meet you at last," Du Fei said with a chuckle. "I bet this battle will be thrilling." Fatty Luo's mouth twitched when he heard this. He said to Lin Xian, "Brother, you'll know this guy when you get to know him. He's a gambler and likes to bet on everything." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, speechless. These two were really brothers. One liked to join in the fun, and the other liked to bet. They were really something. However, Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them from the bottom of his heart when he saw how skilled they were, and that they didn't have any bad intentions. Then, the group walked toward the lawless zone. On the other side, the people from moon-worshipping cult had also arrived at the lawless zone. They all sneered and looked arrogant. They didn't care about this battle at all. Niu Lang, in particular, was laughing coldly. From his point of view, he could crush someone like Lin Xian to death with a single finger. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others also caused a commotion. Fatty Luo narrowed his eyes when he saw the people from moon-worshipping cult. He whispered, "Brother Lin, be careful. They have an elder." Sure enough, there was an old man standing among the moon-worshipping cult's cultivators. His eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was exuding a powerful aura. "It's fine." Lin Xian nodded and glanced at the other party. He was not afraid at all. No matter who came today, they wouldn't be able to save these people from moon-worshipping cult. The next moment he strode forward. "Ha, ignorant trash. You really dare to come? Looks like you really don't know what death is." The people of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he said coldly, "There's no harm in saying more. Let's fight to the death." Pung! Not long after Lin Xian arrived, the void suddenly trembled, and a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a man from the ancient city of Hanyang. He waved his hand, and the ground bulged up, forming a hole in the huge arena. "Who initiated the death match? Come on up." A cold voice sounded. "Humph, kid, I'll crush you with one finger." Niu Lang sneered and stepped onto the arena. "Kid, get over here and accept your death." A roar shook the mountains and rivers. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil, and they couldn't stand still. So strong, worthy of being the candidate saint of the moon-worshipping cult. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian snorted, and then his body swayed, and he instantly appeared on the arena. Seeing this movement technique, the crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Some experts even squinted their eyes. So fast. What movement technique is this? It seems like this kid is not simple. Exclamations of surprise sounded. However, the martial artists of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. So, what if his movement technique is good? He's just a 2-star king. His strength is not enough. I think senior brother Niu can kill him with one punch. That's right. With his strength, he won't be able to withstand a single blow. On the arena, Niu Lang snorted and stretched out his palm. His huge palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying a terrifying aura. In the palm, there was a full moon that was floating up and down. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if he was holding a real moon and smashing it toward Lin Xian. The aftershock set off countless strong winds and huge waves, causing the crowd to feel cold. Many of the weaker ones were even sent flying. So strong. The crowd was shocked. Just the aftershock alone was already so powerful. One could imagine how terrifying the real sun and moon in the palm was. It's over. That kid can't resist it. Not to mention 2-star kings. Even 4-star kings can't resist this attack. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, looking at Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically, and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian suddenly let out a long roar, and there was a rumbling sound from his body. Endless energy exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. What? So powerful! How is this possible? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was not weaker than Niu Lang's at all. Humph! It's just a bluff. Die. Niu Lang saw this and exerted even more strength to push his palm down. Lin Xian snorted, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out. The qi and blood in his body rumbled like dragons, and a powerful aura shook the surroundings. Boom! This punch directly shattered the full moon. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Then he used his fingers like a sword and quickly swung out a ray of sword qi. It was like a divine red, and it carried a sharp light as it quickly slashed forward. On the opposite side, Niu Lang's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. To be honest, he did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack. In his opinion, he could suppress a 2-star king with a raise of his hand. However, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. When he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, he was instantly furious. He snorted coldly and used his technique again. As a successor, he was extremely powerful and had boundless confidence. Moreover, his strength was not limited to this. That attack just now was only a little of his strength. Now he would let Lin Xian know what a true genius was. Kill. With a furious roar, Niu Lang's aura changed drastically and became extremely violent. At the same time, a huge moon appeared behind him. It was a red moon, and it was extremely huge. It suddenly appeared behind him, as if it was real. Along with it, there was an endless tide of energy that spread in all directions, and heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle felt a surging pressure on their bodies. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground with pale faces. Blood Moon Realm. This is Niu Lang's King Realm. Everyone exclaimed, and their bodies trembled. In the crowd, Crimson Dragon God had a look of disdain. He was the person who knew Lin Xian the best, so he was not worried at all. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had grave expressions, because the two of them knew Niu Lang's strength, and from the scene in front of them, their opponent was indeed powerful. Chapter 1606. The blood moon is the ultimate technique of the moon-worshipping cult. I didn't expect Niu Lang to be able to cultivate it to such a level. It's really surprising. It was rare for Fatty Luo to be serious. Du Fei also nodded. Yeah, I bet that Niu Lang is not far from becoming a true 5-star king. I wonder if Brother Lin can contend with him? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Niu Lang did have the right to be arrogant. Just this moon alone was probably unrivaled among the 4-star kings. However, Niu Lang was unlucky to have encountered him. This was because Lin Xian's strength could not be estimated by cultivation base. Brat, go to hell! With a roar, Niu Lang activated the Blood Moon domain. Immediately, the moon behind him started to slowly rotate. Endless red light formed in the air. It was like a red millstone, full of mystery. In the next moment, The red light emitted and fiercely collided with Lin Xian's sword qi. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled. Lin Xian's sword qi was blocked. Not only that, countless cracks appeared on it. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. So terrifying, as expected of the Blood Moon domain. Yeah, Niulang is too strong. I'm afraid that even a 5-star king might not be able to contend with him. Although Lin Xian is also very strong and beyond everyone's expectations, it's still too difficult for him to fight against Niulang. This time, he's bound to lose. It's such a pity. A Seeker Spirit Master with such strength should have a promising future. However, he provoked Niulang. I'm afraid he'll be killed. Sighs could be heard one after another. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had no chance. The reason for that was because the Crimson Moon was simply too terrifying. As for Lin Xian, he did not feel a trace of fear, as everyone imagined. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he let out a low roar, and then a green dragon, sword domain, quickly formed beside him. What? He still wants to fight? He's courting death. Ooh. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The cultivators of the moon, worshipping cult sneered. What an idiot. A 2-star king wants to compete with senior brother Niu in King's domain. It seems like he doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as a hint of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he activated the dragon sword domain. Soon, countless sword qi surged and quickly condensed, forming the shadow of a green dragon behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring in the void. Come, let me see how strong your king's domain is. Lin Xian's voice was steady. You're courting death. On the other side, Niulang roared angrily and charged over with the huge blood-colored moon. The other party actually dared to look down on him. He was truly unforgivable. He would make the other party pay the most painful price. The red moon traversed the sky, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth as it shone with a red light. The entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, there was a terrifying energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the green dragon behind him and struck out with his palm. Immediately, the shadow of the green dragon behind him also waved its huge dragon claws and clawed forward. The void split open, and cracks appeared one after another before it collapsed with a loud bang. The huge green dragon claws were extremely sharp and were completely formed by sword qi. With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with violent energy. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely. A violent storm swept in all directions, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. This energy was simply too terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to the core. Even the elder of the moon-worshipping cult had a serious expression on his face. Damn it, how can that kid be so strong? The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult looked gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian, a 2-star king, would have such strength. It was really beyond their expectations. Humph, so what if he's strong? Against senior brother Niu, only death awaits him. The others gritted their teeth and said. Their eyes were filled with madness. Killing a genius like Niulang was very exciting for them. In the sky, violent energy flashed like waves, crashing in all directions. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, the green dragon claws emitted a terrifying light and slapped on the red moon. It sent Niulang flying. Puff! The red moon flew backward. Niulang kept retreating, spitting out blood. Behind him, the red full moon had dimmed quite a bit. What? He was pushed back. How is this possible? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Niulang was actually pushed back. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone was completely stunned. They did not expect Niu Lang, the saint candidate of the moon-worshipping cult, to be pushed back. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. In the arena, Niu Lang shook his head frantically. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How can a 2-star king block my king domain? To be honest, he was going crazy. One should know that when he used his blood moon domain, even a 5-star king was no match for him. However, his opponent had sent him flying with a single palm. He could not accept this. Damn it. Go to hell. Niu Lang roared angrily, emitting a crazy light. He used all his strength on the red moon behind him. The red moon spun rapidly, emitting a roaring sound. Boundless flames spread in all directions. Oh no, Niu Lang is angry. This is an all-out attack. Below, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. As expected, the red moon emitted a dazzling light and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The entire sky trembled. The saint candidate's all-out attack was extremely terrifying. It could even kill a 5-star king. At this moment, when Niu Lang used it, it was even more terrifying. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved his arm. Azure Dragon Break. The Azure Dragon shadow behind him roared rapidly, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its entire body emitted a dazzling light. The terrifying light tore through heaven and earth. The entire arena trembled rapidly, as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, this was an ancient arena that was protected by a powerful array formation. That was why it was preserved. Otherwise, just this aura alone would cause the entire ground to sink. With a roar, the Azure Dragon transformed into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and quickly charged forward. This was one of Lin Xian's ultimate techniques. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon sword shadow collided with the red moon, causing a huge explosion in the entire void. Waves of destructive energy swept out in all directions, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Everyone retreated in horror and looked ahead in shock. They could not believe it. Was this really the strength of a 2-star king? How could he be so powerful? He could probably kill a 5-star king. Too powerful, as expected of Brother Lin. Chapter 1607. On the other side, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult had a hideous expression on their faces. Even Elder Zhang's expression was as heavy as water. Boom, 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 boom. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out as the stage exploded with resplendent light. Then, the Azure Dragon sword shadow directly shattered the blood-colored moon. What? It's broken! How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They realized that Niu Lang's king's domain had been shattered. It was simply unbelievable. No, damn it, I don't believe it. Niu Lang roared madly. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The shattering of his king's domain had caused him severe injuries. He was afraid that he would soon become a cripple. He couldn't accept it. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his arm. A dazzling sword light shot forward once again. What? He wants to continue? At the sight of this scene, the scalps of the crowd went numb. It seemed like Lin Xian really wanted to kill Niu Lang. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It turned out that it was the elder of the moon-worshipping cult. It was the Reverence Moon Elder. His face was gloomy. His gaze was like lightning. It was unusually cold. Stop! On the stage, Lin Xian sneered. This is a battle of life and death. It will only end when one side dies. You actually want me to stop? What a joke. However, the The Reverence Moon Elder snorted coldly. His eyes were like two sharp blades that shook the void. Niulang is my moon-worshipping cult's Holy Prince candidate. His status is incomparably noble. Are you sure you want to kill him? Young man, even if you have some strength, don't be too arrogant. The moon-worshipping cult isn't something you can provoke. I advise you to obediently let Niulang go. Otherwise, you will be killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the Reverence Moon Elder was really angry. He didn't even hesitate to threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to threaten me? I hate it when people threaten me. Therefore, Niulang must die. In the next moment, he mercilessly waved his arm, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. Like a graceful swan, it instantly blasted onto Niulang's body. How dare you? Seeing that the other party wasn't afraid of his threat at all, he continued to make a move. The Reverence Moon Elder's expression was extremely ugly. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His eyes even widened in disbelief. That was because the sword light had directly sliced Niulang in half, and his blood dyed the sky red. What? Killed. Cowhood was actually killed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. This scene was too shocking. A dignified Holy Sun candidate was actually killed by a single sword strike. Not only the surrounding disciples, but even the moon-worshipping cult's martial artists were terrified, and their scalps went numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for Lin Xian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around disdainfully. His body was surrounded by sharp sword light, making him look like a sword god, extremely powerful. Brat, go to hell! Suddenly, the moon-worshipping cult's elder snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent light blasted towards Niulang. The power was terrifying, and it made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that the Reverence Moon Elder's strength was above Niulang's. Not good. That brat is finished. What? The moon-worshipping cult's elder actually made a move? A group of people was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Damned old man. Brother Lin, be careful. Fatty Luo and Du Fei cried out in alarm. On the battle stage, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to make a move. However, even if the Reverence Moon Elder attacked, so what? His figure moved, and he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The entire battle stage shook, and cracks appeared in the void. However, the palm strike missed, and it didn't hurt Lin Xian at all. What? So fast. Everyone was shocked. They already knew that Lin Xian's speed was fast. However, they didn't expect him to be so fast. Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder's attack couldn't hit him. Damn it, what kind of footwork is that? Even the moon-worshipping cult's elder was shocked. With a roar, he was about to attack again. At this time, Lin Xian sneered. What a shameless moon-worshipping cult. The young one can't beat you, and now you want the old one to make a move. He was truly a laughingstock of the world. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Reverence Moon Elder roared. Damn brat. What did you say? What did I say? I said you're shameless. What's your cultivation? What's your age? You want to attack me? You really don't know shame. Is the moon-worshipping cult full of shameless people? Or are you saying that the younger generation is trash? Bastard, who do you think you are? You don't deserve this old man to make a move. However, you killed Niulang, and your crime is unforgivable. This old man is going to kill you. What a joke. Niulang and I volunteered for the life and death battle. We have no regrets. Even if we die, we have no complaints. Now that Niulang has been killed, you want to take revenge? If that's the case, who would dare to fight on the life and death stage? Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Niulang had volunteered for the life and death battle. Moreover, the moon-worshipping cult's elder had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. Don't try to quibble. Since you dared to kill the moon-worshipping cult's people, you must pay the price. The reverence moon elder's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian sneered. If the moon-worshipping cult continues to send out the younger generation, I will accept it without any hesitation, but if the older generation attacks, the world will laugh at them. What? Are the younger generation of the moon-worshipping cult all trash? None of them dare to attack. Ew. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They could tell that Lin Xian was looking for trouble with the moon-worshipping cult. The moon-worshipping cult's elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He naturally knew what Huang Xiaolong was talking about. However, he couldn't accept Niulang's death. Therefore, he decided to disregard his status and kill the kid in front of him. Sigh, the moon-worshipping cult is really shameless. Humph, you think you can bully the younger generation just because you're old? How shameless! What? Is there no one else in the moon-worshipping cult? If there's no one in the younger generation, I don't mind becoming the moon-worshipping cult's holy son. Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the dark red divine dragon sneered. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked down and coldly said, Old thing, if you want to fight, sure. Suppress your cultivation to the level of a 2-star king, and we will have a fair fight. What? Suppress his cultivation to the level of a 2-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian sneered. What? You don't dare to accept? You don't even dare to fight at the same level, and you dare to be arrogant here? Chapter 1608. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if one didn't have the guts to fight someone of the same realm, then they were truly cowards. The Reverence Moon Elder was trembling with anger, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Suppress his cultivation? Fight a 2-star king realm expert? What a joke! He had seen Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. Huang Xiaolong was a 2-star king realm expert who could kill a 5-star king realm expert. How could he compare to Huang Xiaolong's heaven-defying strength? Therefore, he wouldn't suppress his cultivation, even if he was beaten to death. What a sharp-tongued brat. Just you wait. This matter won't end like this. My reverence moon cult has countless geniuses, and when the time comes, someone will take your dog life. The reverence moon elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The disciples of the reverence moon cult had a sinister expression on their faces as they glared at Lin Xian before leaving with the reverence moon cult. It's over? It's over just like that? Everyone couldn't believe it. They hadn't expected the reverence moon elder to leave just like that. It seemed like he was afraid of Huang Xiaolong and didn't dare to fight someone of the same realm. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a solemn expression, and there was even a trace of fear. It was obvious that Huang Xiaolong was a genius, and they couldn't defeat him. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei smiled and said, Today is a good day, and it's worth celebrating. Brother Lin, let's drink until we're drunk. Okay. Lin Xian laughed loudly, and the few of them left quickly. In the crowd, the mysterious duo's eyes flickered. Among them, the tall middle-aged man smiled and said, Not bad. I didn't expect this brat's strength to exceed my expectations. The handsome young man beside him nodded and said, It's indeed surprising that he could kill the Holy Prince candidate Cowherd. I really look forward to his growth. At that time, I'll kill him with a single slash. The tall middle-aged man sneered, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. After that, the two of them disappeared once again, and no one noticed them. In the restaurant, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei returned. Ha ha, This is great. Just imagining the Reverence Moon Elder's face makes me want to laugh. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Du Fei was also shocked. Brother Lin, amazing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I dare to bet that even if he were to face a true saint, he wouldn't be too far off. Come, let's not leave until we're drunk. Several people laughed loudly and drank the spiritual wine together. They only left when night fell. Fatty Luo and Du Fei rented a mansion in Hanyang Ancient City. Lin Xian didn't have a place to stay, so he went with them. Late at night, the starry sky twinkled quietly. Lin Xian returned to his room, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he refined the spirit wine, after which his eyes flickered with a profound light. Today's battle seemed easy, but it also gave him a lot of inspiration. After all, Cowherd was a candidate for Holy Sun. His strength was extremely powerful among the younger generation. Although Lin Xian did not use many moves, each of his moves was done with 120% of his concentration, using all of his strength. At this moment, he recalled the battle during the day, once again to gain experience. At the same time, he held a piece of supreme grade substandard divine crystal in his hand and quickly absorbed the energy inside. Although he had killed Niu Lang, he didn't let his guard down. Niu Lang was only one of the candidates. Above him were the holy sons and the geniuses of other sects. Therefore, Lin Xian had to cultivate with all his strength to maintain his valiant battle strength and not fall behind the others. One had to know that the geniuses of the true spirit world were born with countless natural treasures, especially the geniuses of the Shi family and the holy lands of the primordial era. They were the favorites of heaven and earth. However, he had just arrived here. Therefore, he had to cultivate even harder in order to catch up with the others. He spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes as the sun rose in the east. The supreme grade substandard divine crystal in his hand had already dimmed. There wasn't much energy left in it. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Not long after, Fatty Luo and Du Fei walked over with smiles on their faces and dragged Lin Xian to the street for breakfast. The group went out again. After breakfast, they strolled around the freezing Sun Valley city. The situation this time was obviously different. Not long after Lin Xian walked on the street, many people cupped their fists at him. "Morning, Brother Lin." "Morning." Lin Xian replied with a smile. He knew that this was the effect of yesterday's battle. Now no one dared to look down on him. However, Fatty Luo and Du Fei exclaimed lightly. Then their eyes lit up and they looked forward as if they had found something good. "Brother Lin, come and look." The two greeted. Lin Xian was puzzled. He also looked forward. Then he was slightly taken aback, because what appeared in front of him wasn't a treasure, but a woman. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was incomparably beautiful and had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was extremely beautiful. "What a beautiful woman!" the surrounding people exclaimed. Indeed, even Lin Xian nodded. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or temperament, there was nothing wrong with her. "Who is she?" Lin Xian asked. "The saintess of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy." "Why, are you tempted?" Fatty Luo said with a smile. Du Fei also joked. "I dare to bet that Brother Lin must be tempted." The two laughed. "We've had a dream since we were young. That's to snatch the saintess of a large sect and make her our wife. I wonder if we have the chance this time." Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Therefore, the surrounding martial artists all heard them. Immediately, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their ears. Snatch the saintess as a wife. What a joke! Perhaps even those from the supreme sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients wouldn't dare to say that. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He knew that Fatty Luo and Du Fei were arrogant and daring, but he didn't expect them to have such a shocking idea. Even Fairy Guanghan, who was in the front, frowned. The Moon Palace disciples beside her looked even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Fatty Luo and the others' words. Fatty Luo and Du Fei chuckled. They weren't afraid of the Moon Palace disciples' gazes at all. They even quickly sized up the Moon Fairy. How dare you blaspheme the saintess of our sect? You're courting death. The Moon Palace disciples couldn't stand it anymore. They strode forward, and a terrifying aura enveloped Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Even Lin Xian and the mystical dragon and Hong were enveloped by it. As for Fatty Luo and Du Fei, they were still grinning. How dare we? How dare we? The saintess is beautiful. Of course, she's there for others to see. We didn't say anything. Chapter 1609. The vast, cold palace disciple was so angry that he vomited blood. This was a public area, so he naturally did not dare to attack. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect these two clowns to be so bold. The surrounding people's mouths twitched, and their scalps went numb. They stared at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and whispered, "Who are these two people? How dare they be so disrespectful to the saintess of the vast cold palace?" However, judging from how arrogant the two of them were, they should be disciples of some powerful sect, right? Wasn't the person beside him Lin Xian? If he could be with such a genius, he must be of a high status. The crowd discussed animatedly. The saintess of the vast cold palace frowned and turned to leave. "Hey, fairy, don't go. Wait for me." Fatty Luo walked up to her and said with a smile, "Fairy, I've missed you since we parted last time. Why don't we have a drink and chat?" "Ha! I bet that you have no chance, Fatty Luo. The fairy will not agree to your request because she will accept my invitation." Du Fei also laughed and directly walked up. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect these two people to block the saintess of the vast cold palace. They were too bold. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The vast cold palace was a more powerful sect than Bai Yueshao. The status of the vast cold palace's saintess was even more honorable. Even some elders would have to bow to her. But now, Fatty Luo and Du Fei didn't care at all and directly blocked his path. Lin Xian was very surprised to see the two's fearless appearance. Could it be that these two people had some shocking background? To be honest, Lin Xian was not very clear about the origins of these two people. However, they were all like-minded, so they were together. However, if he were to dig deeper, Lin Xian had no idea which sect they were from. The vast cold palace disciples were furious when they saw that someone was blocking their way. Some even drew their swords and sabers, ready to attack. Fatty Luo and Du Fei were still grinning, not showing any fear. The saintess of Guanghan waved her hand and dismissed the warriors around her. Then she said coldly, "You two, please step aside. I really don't have time for drinks. If you want to spar, I don't mind meeting the two of you in the lawless zone. When the time comes, I'm afraid that your elders won't say anything if I make you suffer. Sai, forget about fighting and killing. Since you're not free, I won't force you." Fatty Luo shrugged and moved aside with Du Fei. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. The two people in front of them were on the same level as the saintess of Guanghan. They were even flirting with her. What was even more shocking was that the saintess of Guanghan did not get angry. She only threatened him. This was too illogical. Unless these two people had some shocking background, so that even the saintess of Guanghan did not dare to kill them. Heavens, who are these two people? What's their background? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also walked forward and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are not simple people." "It's nothing." Fatty Luo shook his head. We're just a group of disciples from aristocratic families. We usually like to eat, drink, and play. We don't have any big ambitions. Brother Lin, you won't alienate us because of our background, right? Du Fei asked. On the other side. Why would I? You're my friends. Even if you're from the demonic path, it doesn't matter. Lin Xian shrugged. Ha ha, good. Just based on this sentence alone, you should drink a big cup. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from behind. It stared at them like a poisonous snake, especially Lin Xian. The hair on his back stood up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. The strange feeling disappeared. In the next moment, he turned around and stared at the back with a lightning-like gaze. He had just killed the candidate of the moon-worshipping cult. It could be said that he was in the limelight. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. But now, there was someone who was releasing killing intent toward him. It seemed that this person was very arrogant. On the side, Fatty Luo also turned around and shouted coldly, "Who dares release killing intent toward me? Do you want to die?" Everyone was also shocked and did not understand the situation. However, in the next moment, they cried out in surprise. This was because several figures were walking toward them on the street behind them. The crowd dispersed like the tide. Moon-worshipping cult. It's the moon-worshipping cult. They're here again. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the moon-worshipping cult to make a comeback so soon. Sure enough, a few figures walked over from behind. One of them had a tall figure, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was extremely fierce. A piece of moonlight was embroidered on his sleeve. There was even a hazy full moon behind him. This person was also followed by a few disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Xian with a sneer. "You are Lin Xian?" The tall youth's eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead and asked in a cold voice. "Yes, I am." Lin Xian nodded coldly, then asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people." "Hee, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. But boy, you dare to kill the people of the moon-worshipping cult. I'll take your dog life." Someone said the same thing before, but now he's a dead man. I advise you not to boast. Are the people of the moon-worshipping cult only good at talking? Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. "You're courting death." The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shouted angrily, their expressions abnormally ferocious. However, Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. This was a public area. No matter how arrogant the other party was, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. The tall young man snorted, "Boy, you're too arrogant. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed a cowherd. I don't care about that kind of trash." "That's right. This is our senior brother, Tian Hu. He's a 5-star king." "Boy, you're dead this time." "What? Tian Hu? It's him." 5-star king. As expected, the moon-worshipping cult is really angry this time. They actually sent such a powerful expert. Tian, who was also one of the candidates, but his strength was much stronger than Niu Lang's. Niu Lang was only a 4-star king, but Tian, who was a 5-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He was even said to be the most likely candidate to become the next saint. 5-star king. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. 5-star king was already very terrifying among the younger generation. Moreover, as a candidate for the saint's position, the other party should have more cultivation methods and abilities. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fear. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed another piece of supreme-grade substandard divine crystal, which had increased his cultivation and strength by a lot. Chapter 1610. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that my moon-worshipping cult's younger generation has no one? I'll kill you right now. Do you dare to fight to the death? Another fight to the death? The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the moon-worshipping cult was truly enraged this time. They wouldn't give up until they killed Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone wanted to know Lin Xian's answer. In fact, it was normal for Lin Xian to refuse at this time. He had just killed the successor Holy Prince Niu Lang and gained fame. He also dealt a blow to the moon-worshipping cult. He didn't need to fight anymore. Moreover, his opponent this time, Tian, who was too powerful. He was a true 5-star king with terrifying strength. If Lin Xian were to duel with him, it was very likely that Lin Xian would be defeated or even killed. Therefore, the crowd guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Not only you from now on, as long as you're a member of the moon-worshipping cult's younger generation, I'll kill you," Lin Xian said coldly. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent, causing the crowd's scalp to go numb. Many of them couldn't believe their ears. Tian, who sneered, "Very good, you've agreed. Just wait to collect your corpse. Enjoy your last moments obediently." With that, he sneered and turned around to leave. The moon-worshipping cult's disciples and their friendly sects sneered. Tian, who was dead for sure this time. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had a solemn expression. They said, "Brother Lin, be careful. Although this Tian who is arrogant, he's really strong. That cowherd can't compare to him. Brat, can you do it? If you can't, then don't fight. When we're strong enough, we'll tear down the moon-worshipping cult." The dark red divine dragon advised. "It's fine." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, his speed had reached the limit. It could be said that he was invincible. However, in order to be safe, he decided to cut out a few pieces of supreme grade substandard divine crystals for cultivation. Therefore, he, Fatty Luo, and the others went on the road again and went to a place that sold gambling stones. This time, Lin Xian used his martial Dao celestial eye to cut out another 2 pieces of subgrade divine crystals, which immediately attracted countless exclamations. They had long heard of Lin Xian's soul-seeking technique, but now they had seen him easily cut out 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals. These people couldn't take it anymore. Their eyes were red with jealousy. However, no one dared to make a move. Because this was a public area, fighting was prohibited. Lin Xian didn't hesitate either. He sat down cross-legged in the public area with the 2 best quality subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. His current strength was already comparable to a 5-star king. However, if he could take another step forward, killing Tian, who wouldn't be difficult, he circulated the immortality incantation and quickly absorbed the energy in the subdivine crystal. A faint light illuminated the surroundings. However, someone in the crowd sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to cultivate now?" "That's right. The duel is about to start. Even if he absorbs now, how much can he improve? What an idiot." It was a pity that 2 pieces of supreme grade substandard divine crystals were going to be used on a person who was about to die. Many people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was going to lose, and that it was useless to do anything now. However, some people shook their heads because Lin Xian was still able to maintain a calm attitude and cultivate silently. This kind of temperament was rare and could achieve great things. However, Lin Xian didn't care about these people. He separated a part of his soul power to observe the surroundings. He used the rest of his energy to absorb the energy. Time passed slowly. Finally, the 2 pieces of substandard divine crystals in Lin Xian's hand became dim. As for his cultivation, it was also rapidly increasing. It had become much stronger than before. He had now reached the middle 2-star king realm. The great dragon sword soul in his body was filled with power like a real divine beast. "It's done," feeling the power in his body. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If he was 80% sure that he could defeat Lin Xian before, then he was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Xian now. Let's go to the lawless zone, Lin Xian said indifferently. Haha, there's a good show to watch again. Fatty Luo was excited. Du Fei was even more direct. Let's bet. Let's bet. A shocking battle. A rare showdown. Bet on who you think will win. Come. Place your bets. The surrounding martial artists had nothing to do, so they all placed their bets. Of course, most of them bet on Tian Hu. It couldn't be helped because Tian Hu was too famous and was very strong. He was a real 5-star king. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still much weaker than Tian Hu. In particular, Lin Xian still relied on divine crystals to improve his cultivation before the battle. This made everyone suspicious. In fact, the odds had even risen to 1-5. However, Fatty Luo bet on Lin Xian and added a portion of the dark red divine dragon. Soon, the lawless zone became lively again. The commotion this time was even more shocking than before. Lin Xian had made a name for himself. Now, the entire ancient Hanyang city knew about this new genius, Tian, whose reputation had always been very strong. Therefore, this could be seen as a showdown between the new and old geniuses. This competition had even startled the other sky prides. The Guanghan Saintess of the Guanghan Palace and the 5 Elements Saint of the 5 Elements sect came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, the people of the Reverence Moon cult occupied the best spot. This time, they all gritted their teeth and swore to see Lin Xian killed with their own eyes. Among them, the Reverence Moon elder's expression was gloomy and his eyes were sharp. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Xian could be today. Everyone was paying close attention and looking forward to it. That was because this battle was definitely going to be very exciting. They had seen Lin Xian's means yesterday. Although he was only a 2-star king, the strength he displayed was enough to contend with a 5-star king. As for Tian Hu, he was a true 5-star king. His strength was even more terrifying. No one knew what level he had reached. However, they knew that a few months ago, Tian Hu had killed 3 5-star kings of the older generation. This achievement could be said to be very shocking. Tian Hu's figure was tall, and his aura was violent. He was like a giant walking in the void. There was even a muffled sound of thunder under his feet. Thunderclap steps. This is the Earth rank martial art. Thunderclap steps. This Tian, who was indeed powerful, he used an Earth rank martial art right off the bat. It seemed like he was determined to kill his opponent. Sure enough, Tian, who strode into the life and death arena with thunderclap steps, he then looked around and shouted coldly, "Brat, get over here and die." With a roar, thunder fell and pierced through the void. Ha ha ha! So what if you're fast? In the face of absolute power, nothing can withstand a single blow. He looked forward, his eyes flashing, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. Hearing this voice, Tian, whose pupils shrank, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Damn it! How is this possible? He was horrified. He did not expect that the other party had dodged all his attacks and secretly appeared behind him. However, he was also a decisive person. With a wave of his hand, a lightning sword formed in his palm and quickly stabbed behind him. Die, brat! The lightning sword flashed, piercing through the void at an extremely fast speed. Before the surrounding people could react, the lightning sword blasted Lin Xian's body and pierced through it. What? He hit him. Seeing this, The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Heh, I knew it. That kid is dead meat. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in one move. Now, it seemed that this was true. What an idiot! How dare he fight with senior brother Tion? His brain must have been flooded with water. He's finished. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult sneered. Tion, whose lips curled into a sinister smile, and a low voice came from his mouth. Kid, it's all over. Boom. However, at this moment, a shining fist suddenly appeared in the void and slammed into Tianhu's face, sending him flying. Boom. The void exploded, and the entire sky trembled. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Who attacked him? Wasn't that kid killed? Why is there still someone attacking Tian? Who? At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Damn it. Who is it? Tian, who was also mad. He spat out his broken teeth and roared madly. Of course it's me. You're really an idiot. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian slowly walked out of the void. His body floated like a banished immortal. His entire body exuded a supreme aura, and he did not look injured at all. What? This is impossible. I clearly stabbed you. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, Tian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment he screamed, "Damn it, that was also an afterimage?" "What?" the surrounding people exclaimed. They also could not believe that Tian, who stabbed an afterimage, just how fast was Lin Xian's speed? How could he hide from everyone? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe you can surpass my thundershock steps. Tian, who roared madly. His footwork was incomparably terrifying. With his huge body, he was like a gust of wind as he charged forward quickly. Thundershock steps. Thundershock step. This was an advanced Earth-class movement skill, and its speed was terrifying to the extreme. Almost no one in the same class could compare to it. However, he was unlucky to meet Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them moved quickly in the air. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and within 8 steps, he was extremely fast. Therefore, no matter how fast the Thundershock steps was, it could not catch up with Lin Xian. Chapter 16:12. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. He was no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Tianhu, what are you doing? Don't compete with him in terms of speed. Just kill him. At this moment, Elder Baiwei, who was below, shouted coldly. After Tianhu heard this, he stopped and his eyes regained their clarity. He was no longer in a frenzy. Instead, he revealed a ferocious expression. I admit that you're faster than me, but so what? Today is a battle of life and death. It's not just a competition of speed. I'll let you know that other than speed, you have nothing else. He roared and lightning flashed all over his body. Countless bolts of lightning surged and covered the entire arena like a thundercloud. Kid, I've already sealed the arena with divine lightning. Let's see how you're going to escape. Tian, who revealed a ferocious expression again. Everyone's expression changed as they started to worry for Lin Xian. Oh no, he's sealed in the arena. Lin Xian won't be able to escape. Yeah, he's confined in a certain space. Even if he has the ultimate movement technique, it won't be of much use. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why should I escape? Do you think you can defeat me? Humph. Tianhu roared. Kid, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll kill you now and let you know the consequences of offending me. There was a rumbling sound. Tianhu waved his fist, and endless lightning surrounded him. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble. This is my lightning tiger territory. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Tian, who laughed heartily at the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless majestic figures surged out and charged at Lin Xian. I don't need to dodge to deal with you. Lin Xian looked calm. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword from the empty palace. He slashed forward, like a volcanic eruption. The sword chi in the sky slashed down quickly and shattered all the lightning tigers. The terrifying sword chi caused the entire space to tremble. What? So powerful! Seeing this sword chi, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They thought that since Lin Xian was sealed in the space, he had no advantage in speed and couldn't move at all. Only death awaited him. But now, it seemed that they were all wrong. The reason for that was because not only was his speed extremely fast, but his battle prowess was also incomparably terrifying. With a single sword strike, he was able to cut through countless bolts of lightning. Such a technique was unheard of. Tian, whose expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's combat strength to be so strong. This was completely out of his expectations. However, he gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. Because he had no other choice. Only by killing the person before him could he win. Punch after punch, the shocking power was like a wave, destroying everything. The entire space fell into nothingness, and the lightning in the sky quickly fell, one after another, bombarding all directions. Underworld, Dao waning moonbreak, Lin Xian waved the 9 nether devil sword, directly cutting open a spatial crack. It was as if he had opened the gates of hell, causing the endless energy storm to be completely devoured. As for him, he was not harmed at all. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that in addition to having extreme speed, Lin Xian also had such a strange and terrifying technique. What is that? Why did all the energy suddenly disappear? It's a space technique. It's a space technique. He can actually make use of space. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They had never seen such a technique before. Tian, whose face was even more dazed. He did not expect that his violent energy could not hurt the other party. This made him unable to believe it. However, opposite him, Lin Xian coldly said, "You finished your attack. Now it's my turn." Azure Dragon Break. With a thrust of his sword, a sword light appeared in the void like an azure dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom! The lightning tiger shadows that filled the sky were shattered into pieces at this moment, no longer existing. Tian, who was also sent flying by this move. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he summoned an ancient shield which blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, this attack would definitely have pierced through him. However, he was not in a good state now. That terrifying sword chi directly penetrated deep into his body, causing him to suffer extremely serious injuries. Even his spiritual power could not circulate smoothly. Not bad, as expected of a 5-star king. You can actually block my sword. Indeed, you have some skills. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, an ordinary 4-star king would not be able to block his move at all. However, the other party blocked it. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Hearing this, Tian, whose face turned gloomy, it was very unpleasant. Who was he? He was a 5-star king, a successor candidate. He was so powerful that even the older generation could not suppress him. But now, a 2-star king dared to look down on him? This was intolerable. Damn it, go to hell. With a furious roar, Tian, whose black hair fluttered. His body was tall and carried a murderous aura. He was really mad. He had to kill the other party to vent his anger. The next moment, he waved his palms, and a full moon appeared in his palms, emitting a red glow. In his right palm, a lightning tiger circled. Both palms struck out together, shaking heaven and earth. The momentum was extremely vast. The red full moon floated in the sky, carrying monstrous flames that spread in all directions. the lightning tiger phantom was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared in the sky, divine lightning descended from all directions. It was like a heavenly tribulation. This terrifying scene shocked everyone, and they quickly retreated. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, his eyes emitting a cold light. In the next moment, endless sword light bloomed from his body. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light was as thick as a mountain, terrifying to the extreme. The full moon in the sky and the terrifying lightning tiger were split apart by the sword. What? Impossible! Tian, who was shocked and in disbelief. This was already his full-strength attack. Why couldn't he resist the other party? Could it be that the other party was really so powerful, surpassed him? This made him in disbelief. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because he discovered that the other party was quickly charging towards him. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. Get lost! Tian, who roared angrily and punched out, carrying shocking thunder and lightning. However, he collided with a green sword shadow. A green domain appeared around the other party, shining with a cold light, making his hair stand on end. This domain was naturally Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. He stood in the domain like a sword god, and the demonic sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. In the next moment, he held the demonic sword in his hand and directly stabbed forward. Let's end this. Puff. The 9 darkness demonic sword pierced into the other party's body, directly breaking open a black hole. Tian, who struggled frantically, wanting to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 16:13. Boom. A loud explosion shook the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the terrifying Tian, who, a 5-star king, had been killed. Especially the disciples of the moon worshipping cult. Their bodies began to tremble as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Damn it. How could this kid kill senior brother Tian, who? They were going crazy. Yesterday, the other party had killed their senior brother Niu. Today, he had killed their senior brother Tian, who? They couldn't accept it. Those were 2 latecomers after all. They had died in the hands of the same person. It was too shocking. The moon-worshipping cult's elder's face was even more ferocious. Killing intent surrounded his body. At this moment, he was finally enraged. The other party had killed another one of their young geniuses. He couldn't explain it to the sect. Kid, go to hell. With a roar, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The heavenly hand slapped down rapidly as if it wanted to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and stepped out of the stage with extreme speed. Rumble! In the next moment, the ancient stage was covered by the heavenly hand. It shook violently, and cracks even appeared in some places. How terrifying! The moon-worshipping cult's elder is too strong. However, what shocked everyone was that the other party had really made his move. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. The moon-worshipping elder snorted coldly when his attack failed. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of blade light appeared in all directions. Each ray was like a crescent moon. Red light filled the sky and emitted a resplendent light. Kill! With a roar, the crescent moon blade light slashed towards Lin Xian. In all directions, the entire space was in complete chaos. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps at extreme speed. Lin Xian let out a long roar and pushed his footwork to the limit. At this moment, his figure was so fast that it was unbelievable. The rays of blade light that filled the sky brushed past his body, but none of them hit him. What? He dodged all of them? No way. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Even the Reverend Moon Elder's face sank. He did not expect his opponent's movement technique to be so strange that he was able to dodge his attack. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a person was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a god of war in the future. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy of moon-worshipping cult. Fuck, old man, you're too shameless. How dare you attack a junior? Come on, look, the moon-worshipping cult is shameless enough to assassinate a young genius. At this moment, Fatty Luo and Du Fei also roared furiously. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. You're courting death. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult was furious. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and started attacking Fatty Luo and Du Fei. A full moon hung in the sky like a huge mountain, quickly pressing down. On the other hand, Fatty Luo and Du Fei had cold smiles on their faces. In the next moment, they waved their hands, and an ancient pagoda appeared in the sky. It quickly spun and enveloped them. Pung! The red full moon crashed into the pagoda, causing the entire void to tremble. However, it did not break at all. Old man, you dare to attack me? You're dead meat. I bet you'll regret it. Fatty Luo and Du Fei sneered. However, they did not show any fear at all. They were very confident in their treasures. The others were also puzzled. They did not expect the pagoda to be able to block the moon-worshipping elder's attack. It looked extraordinary. Who exactly were these two people? First, they found trouble with the moon saintess. Now, they were provoking the moon-worshipping elder. Could it be that they really had a shocking origin? At this moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. The elder of the moon-worshipping cult had gone completely crazy. He could not kill Lin Xian, but now even Fatty Luo and Du Fei could not do anything to him? This was intolerable. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the pagoda in the sky, wanting to blast it away. The pagoda was extremely dazzling, blooming with dazzling light as it resisted the terrifying palm. At the same time, Fatty Luo sneered. Old man, you're really dead meat. After saying that, he took out another item from his chest and threw it forward. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically, and they retreated. They were afraid that the other party would take out another destructive weapon. However, in the next moment, they were stunned, because the other party took out a silver token and threw it on the ground. What is this? Is it another treasure? Everyone was puzzled and looked carefully. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see any changes. The moon-worshipping elder sneered. Little thing, you want to scare me? Really? Before he finished speaking, he looked at the token on the ground in front of him. However, in the next moment, his voice stopped. He screamed as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. Damn it! Why do you have this thing? The moon-worshipping elder quickly withdrew his hand. He should not have attacked at all. What is the relationship between you and the person who has this token? He asked in shock. There was even a trace of trembling in his voice. Why don't you guess? Fatty Luo sneered, and Du Fei snorted. Old man, I can guarantee that you're really dead this time. I didn't know your identity. I've sinned. The moon-worshipping elder's face was gloomy as he quickly apologized. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly left with all the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. What? They left just like that? Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that Fatty Luo would take out a silver token and scare the moon-worshipping elder away. What on earth is that silver token? Who are Fatty Luo and the others? He was extremely puzzled. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered when it saw the silver token. Although it had been suppressed in the Martial Sky continent for thousands of years, it did not understand the changes in the true spirit world. However, it still felt that the silver token was very familiar. Humph, you ran fast. Fatty Luo snorted coldly and put away the silver token. Then he turned to Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, you're too strong. You killed another Holy Prince candidate of the moon-worshipping cult." "That's right. I bet that they're absolutely mad." The two of them cheered. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all dumbfounded. Even now, they still could not believe that Tian Hu had been killed. "Let's go." Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. His figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then the group walked out. The crowd automatically moved aside, opening a path. Many people even trembled slightly when they saw Lin Xian. It was obvious that the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. Chapter 1614. The crowd automatically parted to make a path for him. Many people even trembled slightly when they saw Lin Xian. Obviously, the means that Lin Xian had displayed earlier had terrified them. However, two figures appeared in front of him again. One was a handsome young man, and the other was a tall middle-aged man. Both of them wore black robes and cloaks, hiding their true appearances. They didn't block the way and just brushed past Lin Xian. However, when they walked past Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It was a huge shock, as if he had received an earth-shattering threat. "What is this?" He quickly turned around and looked behind him. However, the two mysterious figures didn't stop at all. Instead, they quickly walked into the crowd and disappeared. Who are those two? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Even the Reverence Moon Elder wasn't able to shock him. However, the two of them made his hair stand on end just by walking past him. They must be peerless experts. Lin Xian guessed that these two people's strength was at least at the almighty level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. "What's wrong?" Fatty Luo asked curiously. They didn't feel that unusual aura. "Nothing." Lin Xian shook his head. The other party should be a peerless expert passing by and shouldn't have any interaction with him. "Let's go back. I'm a little tired from this battle." Their figures flickered and disappeared from the street. Back in his room, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle, so he quickly sat down cross-legged to recover his strength. At the same time, his dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission, asking him to prepare some materials to set up a formation. Although the dark red divine dragon was puzzled, he still did as he was told. In the evening, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had recovered to his peak state. "Kid, why did you ask me to prepare these formations?" "Of course." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "Moon-worshipping cult and I are already mortal enemies. That elder of the moon-worshipping cult must be unwilling to accept this. Who knows when he will try to assassinate me? Instead of being on tenterhooks, why don't we take the initiative and kill him?" "You want to make a move? This is great. That old man, I'm also annoyed just by looking at him. Brat, I'll help you deal with him." Lin Xian nodded, but then reminded, "Don't tell Fatty and Dufei about this. Save them the trouble of worrying. Also, we'll take action after midnight." I understand, and Hong Mystical Dragon chuckled. Then she started studying the array again. On the other hand, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. He took out 2 subdivine crystals and began to cultivate. At night, the ancient city of Hanyang was very lively. People were dancing and singing. In the southwest of the ancient city of Hanyang, there was a huge mansion. This was the residence of the moon-worshipping cult. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mansion was gloomy and even a little cold. Every disciple of the moon-worshipping cult wore a solemn expression. This was because they had lost two Holy Sun candidates in a short span of 2 days. This was unacceptable to them. Elder, why did we give up the best opportunity to kill that brat during the day? That's right, Elder. That brat is too hateful. We can't take this lying down. In the main hall, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult wore a ferocious expression. The moon-worshipping elder, who was sitting at the front, had a dark expression. What do you know? That silver token has a terrifying origin. Even I don't dare to provoke it. Hearing this, the disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were shocked. They didn't expect the silver token to have such a terrifying origin. Even their elders were extremely fearful of them. But soon, they gritted their teeth and said, "Are we really going to give up and let that brat be arrogant? Give up? How can we? That brat killed our moon-worshipping cult's genius. He must be killed. However, we can't be reckless. At the very least, we can't make a move in front of the two brats who have the silver token. Don't worry, they won't be together forever. As long as that Lin Xian is alone, we'll kill him immediately. Yes, not only him, but also his two pets. We have to kill them as well." The female disciple gritted her teeth. Until now, the scar on her face hadn't healed. "Don't worry," the moon-worshipping cult's elder sneered. "Since he dares to provoke our moon-worshipping cult, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. He'll regret being born in this world." The group of disciples roared with laughter again. "Is that so? You're really vicious. It seems like we really can't let you stay in this world." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the main hall. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately shocked everyone. "Who is it? Come out." Coming to our moon-worshipping cult's territory and acting so atrociously. "I think you don't want to live anymore." Angry roars echoed in the hall. The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to act atrociously in their territory. "No need to shout, I'm right in front of you." A cold sneer sounded again. Then a figure appeared in the middle of the hall. "What? It's you?" Seeing the figure, everyone from the moon-worshipping cult was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes, because the person who came was none other than Lin Xian. "Brat, it's really you." Everyone was shocked. Then they started to laugh. "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Since you dare to come here to die, I'll let you know the consequences of offending our moon-worshipping cult." Not only was the moon-worshipping cult's elder laughing coldly, but the other disciples of the moon-worshipping cult were also laughing hysterically. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to their territory. However, they didn't let their guard down. They were afraid that the other party would bring some powerful experts with him. Therefore, in the next moment, they quickly spread out their soul force and scanned the area. Other than Lin Xian, there were no other experts. Immediately, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Brat, I have to say, you're too stupid. You actually dared to come here alone. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere. I'll use your head as a sacrifice to my moon-worshipping cult's geniuses." So much nonsense. Lin Xian was getting impatient. "I'm here today to deal with all of you. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them." "Deal with us?" Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you'll deal with us?" The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe Wang Xiaolong. No matter how strong the other party was, he was only on the same level as Tian Hu, but as the Reverence Moon Elder, he was stronger than Tian Hu. Other than the Reverence Moon Elder, there were dozens of moon-worshipping cult's disciples. They were all elite experts. How could the other party defeat all of them by himself. Therefore, in the Reverence Moon Elder's opinion, Lin Xian's actions were no different than sending himself to death. Alone? Who said I'm alone? Chapter 16:15. What? He's not alone. There's someone else? Who did you bring with you? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even the Reverence Moon Elder's face turned solemn. If the other party really brought some expert with him, it would be hard to say what would happen. Of course, it's this emperor. A roar echoed through the hall as the dark god Divine Dragon's figure appeared in the hall. What? A four-horned snake? Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Brat, I think water must have entered your brain. You actually brought a four-legged snake? You want to kill us with just the two of you? What a joke. Pooey, you're the snakes, a bunch of ants. You've really angered this emperor. This emperor will definitely cook you and eat you later. The dark god Divine Dragon snorted coldly. Lin Xian asked, How is it? Is the formation set up? Don't worry, it's already set up. The entire mansion has been completely sealed off. Even if there's an earth-shattering battle here, no one outside will know. That's good. Lin Xian nodded his head. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. What? It's sealed, and no one outside will know? That's great. The Reverence Moon Sect's disciples roared with laughter. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was twisted with malevolence. Brat, I was worried that you'd attract the attention of the law enforcement team. Who would have thought that you'd actually use a formation to seal the entire mansion? This way, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. The Reverence Moon Elder was overjoyed. Everything the other party had done had saved him a lot of trouble. Hence, he didn't show any mercy. A red palm carrying boundless raging flames quickly reached out and slapped towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was distorted. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he dodged the most violent attack. He appeared at the side of the hall, and a resplendent sword light burst out from his body. The 9-nether devil sword swung out, and black sword chi swept across the void, slicing apart the sea of flames, creating a vacuum. Then, several sword chi streaked across the void, slashing towards the Reverence Moon Elder. Without the obstruction of the sea of flames, the black sword chi arrived before the Reverence Moon Elder and slashed ruthlessly. Boom! The Reverence Moon Elder roared, and his other hand clenched into a fist as he punched out. When the terrifying sword chi collided with the Reverence Moon Elder's attack, a tearing sound could be heard. 2 black holes appeared in the void, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire hall was torn apart in an instant. The surrounding moon-worshipping cult's disciples retreated frantically. Their faces were filled with fear. The shock waves of this energy had already exceeded the limits of what they could withstand. They didn't dare to approach. That was a divine dragon. It was a terrifying existence. It didn't take long for the Reverence Moon Elder's disciples to scream miserably. Some of them were even slapped into a bloody mist. In an instant, everyone fled in a frenzy. They wanted to leave this place. Unfortunately, the entire mansion had been sealed by the Divine Dragon. They couldn't escape. No, damn it, why can't it be broken? The Reverence Moon Elder's disciples roared in a frenzy. They were terrified. They finally understood how laughable they were. When they heard that Lin Xian and the others had sealed the mansion, they were filled with disdain. They thought that they were trapped in a trap of their own making. They were courting death, but now It seemed like they were gravely mistaken. This seal was originally prepared for them. Now, none of them could escape. Could it be that this was all part of the other party's plan? The Reverence Moon Elder's disciples despaired. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder and Lin Xian exchanged several blows. It was hard to determine the victor. But in the next moment, when he saw his subordinates being killed and fleeing, his face turned hideous. He didn't expect a four-legged snake to be so powerful. He even killed many of his disciples. He couldn't accept it. I'm going to kill you. The Reverence Moon Elder roared. In a frenzy, a fiery red light burst out from his body, stirring up the clouds. He was like a fire god as he charged forward, wanting to kill the divine dragon. Humph, your opponent is me. However, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Terrifying black, sword chi roared in the air like a long river of the netherworld, blocking the Reverence Moon Elder's path. Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely sharp. The Reverence Moon Elder didn't dare to take it head-on. Hence, he could only use his martial arts to defend himself. Damn it, get lost! A fist shot out, bringing with it fiery red chi waves. It was as if a full moon was descending from the sky. Not only that, the surroundings were filled with thunderous roars. However, the black sword chi roared like a black dragon. It spiraled in all directions and collided with the fiery red fist. A shocking explosion occurred. At this time, several disciples were slapped into a bloody mist. The Reverence Moon Elder had really gone crazy. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, Lin Xian and the divine dragon were like ants in his eyes. However, the strength displayed by the two of them had shocked him to the core. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to go all out. Otherwise, not many of his disciples would be able to survive. With a roar, the Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his powerful strength. In an instant, a sea of fire surged around him, and a full moon floated in the air. A full moon rising from a sea of fire. This was the Reverence Moon Elder's domain. Brat, you've really angered me. Today, I'll let you know what regret is. The Reverence Moon Elder unleashed his king's domain, and his voice was unusually cold. At this moment, he displayed boundless confidence. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. Although you're strong, you're only a mid-stage 5-star king. Lin Xian's gaze was firm, and he wasn't afraid at all. Indeed, he could deal with a mid-stage 5-star king. You're too arrogant. I'll let you know my true strength. The Reverence Moon Elder was brimming with confidence. With a wave of his hand, a boundless sea of fire surged out. Along with tens of thousands of rays of moonlight, it descended rapidly. Boom! The void exploded in an instant. Powerful energy whistled in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble rapidly. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the dragon sword's spiritual domain was formed. Sword chi filled the sky, and a huge sword-shaped domain appeared in the void. After that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless rays of sword chi intersected, forming numerous green dragons that roared in all directions. Chapter 16:16. Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless streaks of sword chi intersected, forming numerous azure dragons that roared in all directions. In the next moment, the two king domains collided, and it was as if 100,000 mountains were shaking in the sky. Terrifying energy surged, and the entire void collapsed. The surrounding Reverence Moon Cult's disciples were sent flying by the shock wave. Fortunately, the entire mansion was sealed by the dark red divine dragon, and no one outside could see what was happening. Otherwise, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. Pung pung pung. The two king domains collided continuously, and every strike was terrifying to the extreme. This is impossible. Damn it. How can your king domain be so strong? The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy, and he couldn't believe it. He was a 5-star king, and his king domain was extremely terrifying. His opponent was just a 2-star king, and under normal circumstances, his king domain could easily break his opponent's domain. But now he couldn't do it. His opponent's king domain was too powerful, and it made his king domain tremble rapidly. I don't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder roared crazily, and a resplendent light erupted from his body. At the same time, a biting cold killing intent shook the surroundings. At this moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit, and he swore that he would eliminate the person in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep in the future. You don't believe it? Humph. Then I'll beat you until you believe it. With a low growl, Lin Xian's right leg swept out. Instantly, the dragon sword domain shook, and endless sword chi surrounded him. At this moment, Lin Xian's right leg was like an azure dragon crossing the void and sweeping forward with terrifying strength. The Reverence Moon Elder waved his hand, and the moonlight in the sky condensed into a long red blade that emitted a terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he viciously slashed forward. Boom, boom. Shocking collision sounds rang out, and the long blade slashed on the azure dragon's leg. However, he couldn't slash down. Lin Xian's right leg was like a true dragon, and it was extremely powerful. Break for me, Lin Xian roared, and his right leg swung out again. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the kick shattered the long red saber. Not only that, but the Reverence Moon Elder also suffered a series of attacks, and he was sent flying in the air. Impossible! The disciples of the moon-worshipping cult shook their heads frantically when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their own elder would actually be forced back. They couldn't believe it. The Reverence Moon Elder's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent's strength had surpassed his own. Kid, I have to admit that you are a peerless genius, but since you dared to provoke my moon-worshipping cult, I can't let you live. Reverence Moon Elder's voice was filled with malevolence. Then he took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. I will kill you no matter the cost. He was like a mad beast, roaring furiously. In the next moment, his body rumbled like a real dragon. His blood and chi burned, and his strength rose again. Die, the Reverence Moon Elder roared, and his palm was like a full moon as it slammed onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the Reverence Moon Elder to have such a move. At the critical moment, he executed the mirror of tranquility. Boundless sword chi revolved around his body, forming a mirror to defend himself. However, this punch was truly too violent. It directly blasted the mirror apart. Pung! Lin Xian was forced back by the impact, and the energy in his body churned. This punch had injured him, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! Kid, now you know how powerful I am. Today, you will die without a doubt. The Reverence Moon Elder laughed maniacally when he saw that Huang Xiaolong was injured. Kid, are you all right? The dark red divine dragon exclaimed from afar. I'm fine, Lin Xian replied. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly circulated the art of immortality, suppressing the restless energy and spiritual energy in his body. As expected of an elder, you are really strong. Your strength is much stronger than Tian Hu's. You actually managed to injure me. Lin Xian was surprised. He had to admit that the Reverence Moon Elder was a powerful opponent. Very good. It's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely excited. Damn it! How did this happen? On the other side, The Reverend Moon Elder's face was gloomy. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had injured Lin Xian with a single punch. Shouldn't Lin Xian be screaming in disappointment? However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to be very excited. What was going on? How could the Reverend Moon Elder know that his punch had completely ignited Lin Xian's battle intent? At this moment, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He was like a battle maniac, and he was extremely excited. Let me see how strong you are. Lin Xian executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and charged forward with the Dragon Sword domain. When the Reverend Moon Elder saw Lin Xian, he roared, "You're courting death." He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to attack him. Not to mention, he had already consumed a pill, and his strength had increased. He could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. With a roar, the Reverend Moon Elder executed his ultimate technique and fought with Lin Xian. His palms trembled slightly, and red divine flames surged out. They rushed forward at high speed, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. In the sky, the endless clouds were instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian's technique was shocking. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy heaven and earth and change the clouds in the void. Good timing, Lin Xian roared, and his eyes shone brightly. The 9-nether devil sword tore through heaven and earth, and it swept forward with destructive energy waves. At the same time, he flicked his finger. The void-shattering finger flickered, and it went straight for the Reverend Moon Elder's head. The dragon sword domain around him shone even brighter, and it made him look like a demon god. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Sword chi slashed down, and the terrifying flames in the sky were sliced apart. At the same time, the void-shattering finger moved unpredictably, and it shot towards the Reverend Moon Elder. However, the Reverend Moon Elder wasn't an ordinary person, and his strength had increased. The moment the void-shattering finger appeared, he quickly dodged. Break! The finger slammed into his arm, and a hole appeared. Ah! The Reverend Moon Elder went berserk, and black winds surged as he attacked once again. Blinding light shone from his body, and he looked like a god of fire. His aura was oppressive. He slapped out with his palm, and the momentum was terrifying. It was as if the palm of a god of fire had descended from the sky, and it enveloped all directions. The palm carried a shocking amount of devil energy, and it burned fiercely. The surrounding sword chi became dim due to the heat. Lin Xian held the devil sword in his hand, and he slashed out in all directions. At the same time, the dragon sword domain bloomed with resplendent light, and endless sword chi rushed out. Every ray of sword chi was divine red. It was extremely resplendent. Chapter 16-17. The battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. Divine light soared into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. It was as though the entire place had turned into hell. After exchanging blows, the Reverend Moon Elder's heart pounded wildly. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The battle intent and strength displayed by his opponent was too strong. Even the Reverend Moon Elder couldn't suppress it. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Elder finally went berserk. He ignited his spiritual energy to obtain a terrifying amount of energy and sent out 3 powerful palm strikes. The flames in the sky roiled, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged. A vermilion bird flew out from the Reverend Moon Elder's palm and grew bigger. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it emitted a red glow. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, behind this beauty, there was an eternal killing intent. The vermilion bird's body carried a terrifying amount of energy. The moment it appeared, the space around it couldn't withstand it. The vermilion bird spread its wings, and it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared as he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His speed reached the limit. He constantly changed his position in the air as he dodged the attack. After dodging the main attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he swung the 9-nether devil sword. The sword slashed down rapidly. Buzz. He slashed out 3 times in a row. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The first sword slashed towards the Reverence Moon Elder's scarlet vermilion bird. The sword slashed towards the vermilion bird with overwhelming killing intent. Resplendent rays of light erupted as the sword slashed towards the vermilion bird. The entire space exploded, and divine light shone down, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Lin Xian's second sword appeared. This sword slashed through the sky, and it traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In an instant, it appeared in front of the Reverence Moon Elder and slashed downwards. It was as though it wanted to split the Reverence Moon Elder in half. Scram! The Reverence Moon Elder's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong's sword chi to be so strange. He quickly waved his hand, and the scarlet domain in the sky shook. A terrifying wall of fire formed in front of him. At the same time, the Reverence Moon Elder retreated. But at that moment, Lin Xian finally unleashed his third slash. This was Huang Xiaolong's true killing move. The shocking sword radiance emitted a monstrous, murderous aura. It was as if countless divine lights had gathered together and turned into a black ring that pressed down rapidly. What? There is more. The Reverence Moon Elder's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. However, he gritted his teeth, and his face was incomparably ferocious. This time, he actually ignored the sword chi and allowed it to descend. Then, he quickly waved his palms twice. This time, 2 more vermilion birds flew toward Lin Xian. A huge beam of light shot up like a dancing demonic beast, like a child purple phoenix soaring through the sky. 2 shadows instantly crashed into Lin Xian's body. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, and the void split open. A huge explosion quickly took place at that moment. Even the cultivators in the outside world were suspicious because they also felt an indescribable energy. However, these people did not discover any battle after investigating, so they stopped paying attention to it. Inside the Reverence Moon Mansion, it was a tragic scene. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he circulated the immortality incantation, and the blood in his body surged like a dragon, quickly recovering. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Elder was also severely injured. That sword strike had almost split him into 2. Right now, his hair was disheveled, and he quickly swallowed pills to heal his body. However, he was ecstatic because he knew that Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. Those 2 palm strikes were absolutely terrifying. Even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Lin Xian was dead meat. Ha! Kid, let's see how you're going to die this time. However, the Reverence Moon Elder was stunned because he realized that Lin Xian had actually stood up. What? How is this possible? The Reverence Moon Elder's pupils shrank, and he could not believe it. Lin Xian had clearly been hit, so how could he stand up? Damn it! This is impossible. The Reverence Moon Elder screamed, crazily. He could not believe that someone had such tenacious vitality. Even a 5-star king would have been killed by those 3 palm strikes. However, Lin Xian had actually recovered from most of his injuries in an instant. What kind of technique was that? He had never heard of it before. Damn it! This kid either has a peerless pill or a shocking recovery technique. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. The Reverend Moon Elder's eyes were dark and incomparably bright. No matter what it was, he was extremely tempted, and his eyes were burning with passion. So far, Lin Xian had shown too many tricks up his sleeves: extreme movement techniques, super strong combat strength, and terrifying recovery ability. Every single one of them could set off a storm in the eastern wasteland. However, all these precious things were gathered in one person's hands. Moreover, it was a young man who was only a 2-star king. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Reverend Moon Elder. If he could kill Lin Xian, everything would be his. Kid, go to hell. The Reverend Moon Elder unleashed his techniques once again and charged towards Lin Xian. However, he quickly retreated again. Pung! The Reverend Moon Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Lin Xian's combat strength had increased again, especially that sword chi. It was too terrifying. It made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. Moreover, he was already covered in wounds from the battle until now. More importantly, the effects of his elixir were about to wear off. Soon, his strength would return to normal. At that time, he would definitely not be Lin Xian's opponent. Thinking of this, he went crazy again. He had no choice but to use that forbidden technique. Reverend Moon. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Elder's eyes were unusually ferocious. He sat cross-legged in the void and formed seals with his hands. Behind him, a full moon quickly formed. An indescribable energy spread out and enveloped the entire mansion. Immediately, the Reverend Moon Sect's disciples trembled and knelt on the ground. Unknowingly, a full moon had appeared in the sky. As for the disciples on the ground, they all knelt towards the sky. Furthermore, a peculiar energy floated out from their bodies and gathered in the full moon above. It was like a river flowing into the sea. In the sky, the blood-red moon became more and more terrifying. The Reverend Moon Elder's aura also grew stronger. However, the disciples kneeling on the ground were pale, and their auras weakened. Some of them even fainted. There were also some whose muscles had withered and turned into skeletons. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his expression was incomparably solemn. This strange scene caused him to be extremely shocked. The dark red divine dragon also appeared beside him and said in a low voice, "What a vicious cultivation technique. It should be a secret technique of the Reverend Moon Sect. It absorbs other people's energy and uses a special secret technique for its own use. However, this kind of energy is too tyrannical. I'm afraid these Reverend Moon Sect's disciples won't be able to survive. Indeed, without waiting for the dark red divine dragon to make a move, these disciples would have already lost most of their energy. They wouldn't be able to live for long." Chapter 1618. Two resplendent bolts of lightning shot out from the Reverend Moon Elder's eyes, piercing through the void palace. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Elder's strength had reached its peak. He stood up slowly, and his sleeves fluttered, emitting terrifying energy. Countless rays of light fell around him. How terrifying! This energy is close to that of a 6-star king. The dark red dragon was shocked. "Kid, retreat quickly." He pulled Lin Xian and retreated quickly. At the same time, a black hole appeared where they were originally standing. Terrifying flames turned into snakes that intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. So powerful. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He didn't see anything at all. How did the Reverend Moon Elder make a move? That attack had almost killed them. What kind of secret technique is that? It's so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed like the Reverence Moon cult lived up to its name. The Reverence Moon cult's secret techniques were indeed endless. Kid, in order to kill you, I used a supreme secret technique and killed all the disciples of the Reverence Moon cult. Now you can go to hell. The Reverence Moon elder's voice was cold, and it carried boundless killing intent. In the next moment, he retracted his palm, and the void trembled. A flaming palm appeared in the air, emitting a destructive aura. With a single slap, more than half of the manor collapsed. Lin Xian used the demigods and demigods to dodge the energy storm, and he kept retreating. However, he wasn't someone who was afraid. Hence he roared and pushed the dragon's sword domain to the limit. At this moment, boundless sword light shot into the sky, and he emitted a monstrous aura. He was like a god of war, unstoppable. So what if you used a secret technique? Today, I will cut you down with my sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The Reverence Moon Elder, who had gained strength, smirked, revealing a disdainful smile. My current strength is comparable to a 6-star king. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward. Instantly, the void trembled, and countless flames turned into a dragon that spiraled out. Boundless light surged, and terrifying energy surged. It instantly pierced through the void and lit up the surrounding space. Most likely, no one below 6-star king realm would be able to stop him. However, something shocking happened. This time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the 1,000-beast cauldron and placed his palm on it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with black light, and countless beasts roared. The 10,000-beast cauldron shone brightly as it rapidly expanded in the air. It was like a black demonic wall that stood in the void. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts fought over it. Many demonic beast images moved about continuously. Boom! The flaming dragon's finger collided with the 10,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire void boiled, and a boundless sea of fire surged. However, even though this energy was terrifying, it was unable to penetrate the 1,000-beast cauldron, not to mention injuring Lin Xian. Earth-step treasure. The Reverence Moon Elder narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Soon after, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Brat, I have to say, you're really full of surprises. Now, he had even brought out an Earth-step artifact. Very good, it's mine. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards without any hesitation. That palm was extremely terrifying. In the center of his palm, a red domain revolved rapidly, directly locking down the void. That was the Reverence Moon Elder's king domain. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He circulated his energy and poured it into the 1,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, the 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. The sounds of the demonic beasts on it became even more real. Then, a huge claw stretched out from the 1,000-beast cauldron and slapped the void. This claw was incomparably black, like the claw of a demonic god. It was extremely terrifying and carried with it a shocking amount of energy. In the next moment, it slapped hard on the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. Boom! Energy exploded as the two clashed. Sparks flew in all directions. However, even though the 1,000-beast cauldron was strong, the Reverence Moon Elder was even more terrifying. He was like a god of war, and his palm carried the king domain. Therefore, under such a powerful force, the black palm was shattered. Kid, it's useless. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. The Reverence Moon Elder sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian again. So strong. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that even the 1,000-beast cauldron couldn't stop the Reverence Moon Elder. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon at the side let out a long roar. With a dragon's roar, the entire void exploded. Terrifying energy swept out, shaking the entire mansion. In the next moment, the sky collapsed. Then, the dark red dragon waved his dragon claws, forming a huge dragon claw and grabbing forward. Bang! The dark red dragon claw was like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, it collided with the Reverence Moon Elder's palm. What? He blocked it? The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He felt that his palm was blocked, and there was even a piercing pain. This made him very surprised. Impossible! How can he block my palm? He frowned. In the next moment, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at the dark red dragon. You are a dragon. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be a dragon. It was no wonder that the other party had such a strong physique and could block his palm. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Humph! You dare to be so arrogant when I don't show my power? Take my Overlord Dragon Fist. The dark red dragon waved his other dragon claw, and a red fist appeared in the sky. The fist was filled with mysterious runes, and it flew across the sky. Bang! In the sky, the Reverence Moon Elder's palm was knocked back. Damn it! The Reverence Moon Elder's face was hideous. He felt his entire palm go numb. The other party's strength was too terrifying, as expected of a dragon. Such strength is really strong. A trace of madness appeared in the Reverence Moon Elder's eyes. I wonder if I can increase my cultivation after drinking your dragon blood. At this moment, he was like a demon staring at the dark red dragon. You dare to target me? Die! The dark red dragon roared. Then he swung his tail and rushed forward to fight the Reverence Moon Elder. Shocking energy exploded as the two of them fought crazily. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly formed seals with his palms and activated the dragon sword domain to the extreme. A deep dragon roar sounded, and then endless sword light shot into the sky. Lin Xian held the 9 netherworld demonic sword in his hand, and energy exploded from his body. Moreover, the dragon sword domain kept compressing until it was completely attached to the 9 netherworld demonic sword. Terrifying sword light shone in all directions. At this moment, the 9 netherworld demonic sword was covered by the dragon sword domain, and it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1619. He was like a real demon god's sword as he hovered in the air. With a light slash, he could pierce a hole in space. Kill. With a loud roar, the 9 nether devil's sword shone, brightly like a black sun. Lin Xian swung his arm, and the 9 nether devil's sword slashed down. What? At the same time, the Reverence Moon Elder, who was fighting the dark red divine dragon, widened his eyes. When he saw the giant black sword slashing down from the sky, he screamed. The sword was too terrifying, and it made his scalp go numb. His heart thumped wildly. He knew that if he was hit by the sword, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. Damn it, how is this kid so strong? He couldn't believe it. How did Huang Xiaolong unleash such power? He had already surpassed him. Damn it, it's his king domain. The Reverence Moon Elder was shocked. He realized that there was a small king domain on the 9 nether devil sword. When he saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly turned around and fled. He even wanted to break the seal and leave this place. However, the dark red divine dragon didn't give him a chance to escape. It continued to entangle him. In the end, the dark red divine dragon grew to 100 zhang long as it hovered in the air. Its huge body shone with divine light, and terrifying blood chi dyed the sky red. A vast and mighty pressure instantly froze the entire void. The Reverence Moon Elder went crazy as he tried to break the seal. However, he realized that his body was trapped in the void. He couldn't move at all. Boom! The 9 nether devil sword shrouded the Reverence Moon Elder with the dragon sword domain. Boom! 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 The void exploded, and endless sword lights shot out in all directions. The entire mansion was drowned. At this moment, even the void was riddled with holes. When everything returned to normal, the Reverence Moon Elder's heart was already pierced by thousands of arrows. He couldn't be more dead. When Lin Xian saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red divine dragon also returned to its 1-meter-long form. The two of them landed on the ground and felt relieved. However, the two of them didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The two of them took the Reverence Moon Elder storage ring. Then, the two of them turned into a beam of light and left the mansion. When they returned to their residence, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Today's battle was truly too thrilling. The Reverence Moon Elder lived up to his reputation as an elder. He was much stronger than Tian, Hu, and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were both extraordinary figures. Otherwise, they would not have been able to win today's battle. This was especially true for the Reverence Moon Elder's last move. He had directly seized the energy of others and turned it into his own. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. At the same time, it also let him know that any large sect had a strong foundation and endless secret skills. Therefore, in the future, when encountering such a person, he must not let his guard down. The two of them sat down cross-legged and quickly healed their wounds. For the next few days, the two of them did not go out. The entire ancient city of Hanyang was in shock. It was because someone had discovered that the Reverence Moon Mansion had been destroyed, and everyone inside had been killed. Even the Reverence Moon Elder was no exception. This discovery shook the entire ancient city of Hanyang. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that the Reverence Moon cult was a large sect in the eastern wilderness. They were extremely powerful. Who would dare to make a move against them? But now it had actually happened, and it was a success. These people immediately thought of Lin Xian. In the ancient city of Hanyang, only Lin Xian had a conflict with the Reverence Moon cult. Impossible. This is impossible. However, the experts quickly rejected this idea. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to kill the Reverence Moon Elder and the dozens of Reverence Moon disciples. This was not something a young man could do. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the entire mansion had been sealed, and no one had been able to escape. During the battle, no one had even discovered it. This kind of method was heaven-defying. Therefore, they ruled out Lin Xian as a suspect. They even believed that it was the work of an almighty expert. Otherwise, even if other experts had made a move, they would not have been able to kill all of them. If the Reverence Moon Elder wanted to escape, other than almighty experts, no one would be able to stop him. Who did it? For a moment, everyone was speculating. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They did not dare to cause any more trouble for fear of being targeted by a mysterious expert. However, after some research, they guessed that it was most likely the work of an enemy of the Reverence Moon cult. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Reverence Moon cult for being too arrogant. They must have offended someone, and that was why they ended up like this. With the passage of time, this storm gradually passed. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon killed the Reverence Moon Elder, they did not go out again. They went into seclusion and started cultivating. The previous battle had caused them to suffer heavy injuries. They needed to recover. Here they wanted to hide from the limelight and avoid being targeted. In the room, Lin Xian sat, cross-legged. Resplendent light surrounded his body. At this moment, his injuries were completely healed. Not only that, but he was also cultivating a high-grade earth-rank martial art. Previously, he had cultivated the mid-grade earth-rank martial art, the myriad sword art, to major completion. Now, he could condense the power of 9,000 swords. It was extremely terrifying. With a single strike, even a 5-star king would be forced back. The high-grade earth-rank martial art he was cultivating now was a kind of domain comprehension called the Six Divine Sword Art. As Lin Xian's cultivation increased, he became more familiar with the application of the king's domain. The king's domain was ever-changing. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. Previously, Lin Xian had only summoned it and used its power. Now, he was going to take a deeper step. For example, the Reverence Moon Elder's king's domain and Lin Xian's dragon sword domain had been compressed and attached to the 9 Nether Devil Sword. They were all new applications. The 6 Divine Sword art was also a kind of king's domain cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 levels. Each level would condense a sword god in the domain to kill the enemy. Lin Xian was cultivating the first level, and the sword chi he condensed was red. Around him, the dragon sword domain floated up and down. Inside it, streaks of red sword chi were running around at high speed, constantly combining to form sets of strange sword formations. Between the red sword chi, a red figure could be vaguely seen. However, it was very blurry and one could not see it clearly. However, the power it emitted was incomparably sharp. After a month of cultivation, Lin Xian finally reached minor completion of the first level. He could instantly condense 100,000 red sword chi to form various killing methods. This time, he did not cultivate. Instead, he came out of seclusion. Chapter 16:20. The Stone Gambling Conference was extremely important to him. Firstly, he needed to observe the young man named Hong Yu at the conference in order to complete the sex mission. Moreover, he also wanted to cut out some treasures and obtain the best quality subdivine crystals to improve his cultivation. In fact, he was not the only one. At this moment, all the warriors in the ancient city of Hanyang were excited. In the center of the ancient city of Hanyang, there was a huge palace. It was magnificent and exuded an aura of desolation. It was an ancient palace. Normally, it was not open to the public. However, the ancient city of Hanyang had opened the sacred palace for this stone gambling conference. This time, the venue of the stone gambling conference was arranged here. All kinds of strange stones were placed in the palace. Some were simple, some were magnificent, and some were even shining. However, whether or not there were treasures inside would depend on each martial artist's own ability. When Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei entered, they were stunned. They found that the inside of the sacred palace was magnificent and spacious. It was far from what it looked like from the outside. No wonder it's an ancient sacred palace. It's amazing. Fatty Luo exclaimed, "I bet we'll return with a lot of treasures this time." Du Fei was also very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He found that the palace was different from what he had imagined. It was very spacious, and there were many small halls. The stones placed in each hall were actually different. Of course, the cost to enter was different. It was even said that one had to pay a high price to enter the innermost halls. Ordinary people did not have the money to do so. Almost everyone in the ancient city of Hanyang had come. It could be said that this was a golden age. However, Lin Xian and the others soon ran into trouble. because there were a few people in the crowd who were walking towards them. There were not many of them. There were only 6 or 7 of them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a terrifying aura. The aura did not spread out. It was directed at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the aura was terrifying, it had no effect on him. However, he did not know the man. The man attacked him as soon as he came. Obviously, he wanted to throw him out. This made him very unhappy. To the side. Fatty Luo also said in a low voice, "Damn it, it's the Yunyan sect." Yunyan sect? Lin Xian frowned. He did not recognize this sect. They have a good relationship with the moon-worshipping cult. Previously, you killed 2 of the moon-worshipping cult's candidate holy sons. Now, the moon-worshipping elder has died in a bizarre manner. They will definitely target you. Du Fei explained. Fatty Luo was furious. Fuck. He dared to bully others with his aura? I think they don't want to live anymore. The surrounding cultivators naturally saw the scene as well, but they did not say anything, nor did anyone step forward to stop it. Instead, they were all whispering to each other. The law enforcement team did not come because this was not an obvious attack. This kind of method of using pressure to scare people had indeed escaped the rules of the law enforcement team. Hee, kid, with us here today, don't even think about entering the stone gambling convention. Humph! How dare you kill 2 candidate holy princes of the moon-worshipping cult? You're dead meat. I advise you to be obedient and wait for your punishment. The Yunyan sect's disciples sneered. The middle-aged man even snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly. Don't worry, with me here, this kid won't be able to enter. Fuck, you've gone too far. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth, itching to attack. Lin Xian held him down and shook his head slightly. The other party was obviously trying to provoke them to attack and attract the law enforcement team. However, Lin Xian obviously did not want to do that. If the law enforcement team was alerted, it would be difficult for him to enter the stone gambling convention today. He would not attack, but that did not mean he would let the other party go. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned to Fatty Luo and said, "It's up to you." Fuck, this young master can't wait any longer. Ooh. Fatty Luo took a step forward and pointed to the front. Yunyan sect, right? Get lost. How dare you block this young master's way? Do you believe I won't cripple you? Du Fei sneered at the side. That's right. I bet you'll regret it soon. Where did this kid come from? How dare he tell us to get lost? Slap him, otherwise you're dead meat. The martial artists of Yunyan's sect shouted coldly and glared at him. They were here to bully him, but now they were being scolded? How could they tolerate that? More and more people gathered around and started discussing. In the crowd, the lunar saintess shook her head slightly. She knew who Fatty Luo and Du Fei were. This time, Yunyan's sect was really going to be in trouble. In front, the middle-aged man also frowned and said coldly, "Kid, get lost. Don't get in the way. Otherwise, if you anger me, you won't be able to walk out of Hanyang Ancient City." Oh, are you threatening me? I'm so scared. Fatty Luo sneered. Do you think this young master is scared? As he spoke, he took out a token. Look at what this is. If you dare to attack me, you'll have to bear the consequences. The silver token was very simple and unadorned. There was an ancient word on it, and a large flag on the back that fluttered in the wind. This was the second time Fatty Luo had taken out his token. The first time, he had scared Elder Baiwei away. This time, he took it out again in the face of Yunyan sect's provocation. The crowd was also extremely puzzled. The majority of them did not know what the silver token represented. However, the lunar saintess looked serious. On the other side, the 5 elements saint also frowned. Opposite them, the martial artists of Yunyan's sect sneered when they saw this. What? Do you think you can save your lives by taking out a token? Let me tell you, if you dare to provoke Yunyan's sect, you're dead meat. Those people sneered arrogantly. However, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and said coldly in a low voice, "Shut up, elder." The Yunyan sect disciples behind him trembled. They did not understand why their elder was angry. However, the middle-aged man did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the silver token. Then he took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth, "What's the relationship between Luo Badeo and you?" "Luo Badeo? Who's Luo Badeo?" Hearing this, many of the surrounding warriors were stunned, but soon after, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be Luo Badeo, one of the 10 great villains? When they thought of this, they were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Now they finally knew why Elder Baiwe had turned and ran away that day. It was because of Luo Badeo's token. When the Yunyan sect disciples heard this, they also trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Fatty Luo said proudly, "That's my grandfather." "What? Are you going to attack me now?" "What?" Chapter 16:21. They did not expect the kid in front of them to be Luo Badeo's grandson. At that moment, everyone looked at Fatty Luo with terrified expressions. Of course, they did not forget Du Fei because he was with Fatty Luo. At that moment, Fatty Luo grinned and pointed at Du Fei, saying, "This is my brother. His grandfather is Du Tianxing." Indeed, everyone was shocked. Du Tianxing was also one of the 10 villains. The martial artists from Yunyan sect were terrified, and the middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He did not expect that he would be in deep trouble this time. Not to mention him. Even their sect master might not dare to touch these two people. His expression was uncertain. In the end, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. Please forgive me." After saying that, he dived into the crowd and left without looking back. The few disciples of the Yunyan sect were like stray dogs as they quickly followed behind. Everyone was shocked. The 10 villains were indeed ferocious and terrifying. Even the elders of Yunyan sect did not dare to provoke them. However, there was one person who was very confused. That was Lin Xian. He asked, "10 villains? What 10 villains?" "I'm going to faint." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. There was someone who did not know about the 10 villains? That was too strange. Could it be that this guy came from a mountain village? However, more people were speechless. "You don't even know about the 10 villains, and you dare to gather with these 2 little villains? How bold!" However, Lin Xian soon learned about the legend of the 10 villains. They were definitely ferocious people. Each of them was extremely powerful and had monstrous combat strength. Moreover, these 10 people had no scruples. They did things as they pleased and did not follow any rules at all. They did not even care about any sect. As long as they wanted to, they would do it. Because of that, they even had conflicts with Sacred Grounds and Clan of the Ancients. However, until now, they were all living well. One could imagine how terrifying these people were, especially Luo Badeo, who had torn apart a mighty figure. He was extremely powerful. Fatty Luo was Luo Badeo's grandson. As long as he revealed his identity, not many people would dare to provoke him. "I see." Lin Xian suddenly understood. The 10 villains were extremely powerful in the Eastern Wasteland. Naturally, no one dared to offend their descendants. "I didn't expect the 2 of you to have such identities," Lin Xian said with a smile. Fatty Luo scratched his head. "It can't be helped. Our identities are too sensitive. Most people don't want to play with us. It wasn't easy to find Brother Lin. We don't want to scare you away. Brother Lin, you won't run away in fear, right?" On the other side, Du Fei also asked, You were really shocked, but why did you run away? Lin Xian patted them on the shoulder. We're friends. Yes, we are friends. We're brothers. Fatty Luo laughed loudly. Then the group of people walked forward. Instantly, the crowd automatically dispersed. What a joke! Who would dare to block the way now? However, what surprised everyone was that there really was someone who dared to block their way. Of course, they weren't ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to offend the 10 villains at all. However, the people in front of them didn't seem to have much scruples. You're Lin Xian? A young man in a thunder robe asked with a smile. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. You are? I'm the saint of the 1,000 Thunder Sect. These are my friends, the young man in the thunder robe said slowly. The 1,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the 1,000 Thunder Sect to participate. On the side, Fatty Luo also transmitted his voice. Be careful. The 1,000 Thunder Sect has clashed with the 10 villains before, so they definitely don't have good intentions. Lin Xian was also surprised. The 1,000 Thunder Sect had clashed with the 10 villains before. No wonder they dared to block the way here. Therefore, he asked coldly, May I know why you're blocking the way? Not really, the 1,000 Thunder Saints said with a smile. I heard you're also a Seeker Spirit Master. Why? Do you want my brother to go stone gambling for you? Fatty Luo frowned. Humph, stone gambling? Use him? Who does he think he is? Is he worthy of stone gambling for the 1,000 Thunder Saint? At this moment, a young man in a red robe beside the 1,000 Thunder Saint snorted disdainfully. What did you say? Du Fei was also unhappy. How dare the other party provoke him like this? I mean, what ability does he have? He's just lucky to cut out 2 stones. Do you really think he's a Seeker Spirit Master? Ridiculous. He's not a Seeker Spirit Master? Are you? The dark red dragon also snorted. The other party obviously had an expression that deserved a beating. Of course I am, the red-robed young man said proudly. Then he looked down at Lin Xian. Boy, do you dare to bet with me? I'll expose you in front of everyone. Bet. Lin Xian frowned. Yes, bet. We'll choose stones on the spot and see who can cut the treasure better. The red-robed young man said coldly, Why? You don't dare? Why not? Lin Xian snorted. Since the other party dared to provoke him, how could he not take action? Moreover, he was very confident in his martial Dao heavenly eye. What? Stone gambling. Hearing this, the surrounding people were also alarmed, and they all gathered over. This was a stone gambling convention. Stone gambling between Seeker Spirit Masters was a common occurrence. However, the people who were participating in the stone gambling this time made them even more excited. One was Lin Xian, who was now very popular in the ancient city of Hanyang. The other person was invited by the 1,000 Thunder Saint, who was presumably not weak. Isn't he from the Tuoba family? In the crowd, a genius exclaimed. What? He's from the Tuoba family? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the red-robed young man. Obviously, they were very surprised. They did not expect the other party to be from the Tuoba family. Humph! The red-robed young man snorted and raised his chin proudly. At this time, the 1,000 Thunder Saint explained with a smile. That's right. He's the young genius of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yi. He really is from the Tuoba family. Hearing the 1,000 Thunder Saint's explanation, the surrounding people were even more shocked. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's faces also darkened. They quickly said, Brother Lin, be careful. The Tuoba family is an ancient family of Seeker Spirit Masters. Although they are arrogant, they do have means. You must be careful during the stone gambling. A family of Seeker Spirit Masters. Lin Xian was also surprised. Then he smiled and said, Let's see what kind of means a family of seeker spirit masters has. How could it make everyone so shocked? What an idiot! How dare you bet with me? Boy, you'll regret it soon. To Obi sneered, you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.